Okay, so you are all advised that this is being recorded. This is Lucy Moore, facilitator for the day, New Mexico Water Dialogue meeting annual meeting number 28. Welcome everybody. It's a delight to see you all here. I know most of you probably were here yesterday, this being day 2. I'm delighted if there are new people as well. You're always welcome to join a dialogue event. So we're up to 106 people right now. I think we'll probably end up getting more in the next few minutes and in the coming hours. So I wanted to just introduce to you some key people here. Virginie Pointeau, hi Virginie, who's been helping us out. Sophia Cinnamon, who has handled all the registration and is doing all the breakout group, all this stuff I've been talking about today. So thank you so much to both of you. Also to Jeffrey Sampson, who will run the slides for people if they need it, who is a board member, who is giving our opening remarks, who is facilitating a breakout group this afternoon. There is nothing that Jeffrey is not doing. So Jeffrey, thank you ever so much. Let's see, what else do I need to catch you up about? Yesterday, the chat, there was concern about the chat and people wanting to save the chat. Sophia, I'm going to turn it over to you in a second. And Sophia is going to explain how you can save the chat. It is now possible. There is a donate button that Sophia is going to put in the chat for all of you. The dialogue is a totally volunteer organization dependent on grants, donations of any amount from any source. So we always welcome that this button in the chat for donating is connected to Eventbrite, this meeting, so it will expire when the meeting expires. But there are other ways to get your money to the dialogue. Let me turn it over now to Sophia for tech. Sophia, are you ready to do a little tech review?
I am. I was furiously multitasking at this time yesterday, and here I am again. So good morning, everyone. Just a few tech rundowns. Similar to yesterday, we just ask that you keep yourself muted. And if for some reason you need to communicate or speak, you're welcome to do that via chat. And in terms of anything else here, oh, there was a question about how to save the chat.
Yeah, how to, Sophia, how to save the chat?
Yeah. So in terms of how to save the chat, this came up yesterday, and people were having issues doing that. And so to kind of work around that issue from yesterday, we will be sending out an email with all the links and resources that were shared yesterday. So you'll have access to those. And today you'll have the option to save the chat, and how you do so is by clicking on the chat icon, which is along the bar at the bottom of the Zoom screen. It's between participants and share screen. And so if you hit the chat button, you'll see the conversation comes up, and there is what looks like a sticky note, a smiley face, and 3 dots. The 3 dots are in far looker's right. And if you hit that, you're able to save the chat, and that you can save that to your computer, or Zoom has a cloud-based software. So that's how you're able to save the chat. If you have any questions or run into any issues, please just contact me via the chat. I'll also put my phone number and my email if you run into any technical issues or want to share any recipes. I'm available for that as well. And so you'll be able to contact me there. Additionally, any tech things, I think that's all. And I'll hand it back over to Lucy. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Sophia, so much. So I am going to formally open our meeting now after those logistics, and turn it over to Jeffrey Sampson, Vice President of the Dialogue Board. And thank you, Jeffrey, ever so much for starting us off on this second day.
You're very welcome, and thank you, Lucy and Sophia. Before I begin, I just wanted to mention that I will only be taking a fraction of the time allotted to me so that we can get started with today's meeting.
Good.
With that said, good morning and welcome to the second day of New Mexico Water Dialogue's 28th annual meeting. My name is Jeffrey Sampson. I'm honored to be the vice president of this wonderful organization and grateful to have this opportunity with you all. I'd like to begin by offering gratitude to those challenged with leading the 50-year water planning process, specifically the Interstate Stream Commission staff, which, as some of you may know by now, includes Rolf Schmidt-Peterson, Hannah Risley-White, and Andrew Erdman, along with assistance from the folks at the New Mexico Bureau of Geology and Mineral Resources, specifically Neela Dunbar, whom we heard from yesterday, who together have organized and led a dynamic and informative water planning process. High-level presentations from our state's leading scientists and engineers on the water topics that we'll be discussing this afternoon, along with additional materials made available on the ISC site, offer every New Mexican an opportunity to learn about and engage in the water planning process. Yesterday, we heard from several key leaders and voices in the New Mexico water community. We learned from Mike Hammond, the governor's senior water advisor and recent director of the MRGCD, about a range of short and long-term actions that are being considered to mitigate the impacts of climate change on the diverse stakeholders of this state. We learned from Dr. Carletta Chief about the potential impacts of climate change on tribal communities and how existing infrastructure is not designed to handle changes in the quantity, quality, and timing of precipitation. We learned from Andrea Romero about her work as a state representative and her drive to address water issues at the state level. And that was all before the morning's break. After the break, ISC Director Rolf Schmidt-Peterson shared with us the governor's goals for the 50-year water plan and her vision to build water resilience through sustainability and equity. Rolf discussed the need to bring the plan down from a 10,000-foot high level to the 500-foot level so that citizens throughout the state can understand and digest exactly what climate change means for them. Neela Dunbar, the director of the Bureau of Geology and Mineral Resources, continued the meeting by providing the guiding framework that the team of 8 of our state's top research experts followed to inform the planning process. The order was clear: to assess and synthesize recent scientific literature on climate, hydrology, and the impacts of these changes on the state of New Mexico, projecting 50 years into the future. And if you attended any of these presentations or watched afterwards like I did, you'd know that they accomplished the goal. And the science is conclusive. The atmosphere is storing more heat, which is driving up the temperature. The degree of change over the next 50 years is up to humanity. New Mexico State Senator Liz Stefanik followed up by urging everyone to action. Senator Stefanik touched on a keystone element of our democracy, that if we want to see change, we need to start talking about it. We need to start talking to our friends, to our family, and beyond. And in my opinion, more importantly, we need to start talking to our legislature, specifically to the Finance Committee that governs the state's checkbook. Senator Stefanik said that it is the individual values of these state legislators that will drive the change. The results of the survey presented by Anita Karanko with the Water Foundation and Patrick McCarthy with the Thornbrook Foundation before we broke showed us that there is public support to act now for funding of water planning and projects that help to ensure water supplies for future generations. I hope that if the Finance Committee members were personally aware of the public support, they would have supported the governor's request and provided the funding for additional full-time employees to help with the 50-year water planning effort, regardless of their values. Today, we are in for a treat. Professor Sam Fernald, the director of the New Mexico Water Resources Research Institute, is going to kick it off by providing us with the key takeaways from WRRI's 66th annual conference titled Reality and Resilience, Planning for New Mexico's Water Future, held this past October. Then there will be 2 panels with a break in between, focusing on the topics of resilience and adaptation, both critical concepts that will be essential as we move into a warmer future. The panels are composed of an array of speakers with a wealth of experience whom I look forward to hearing from. And in the afternoon, the breakout group discussions, where the dialogue takes place, where we have the opportunity to engage in discussions and share our views while listening and learning about the perspectives of others. Before I turn it back over to our moderator and co-founder of the dialogue, Lucy Moore, I want to emphasize a couple points. First, the importance of learning from Native communities. The fact that water is considered a family member and is sacred and is thought of with a capital W is the entire difference. Our values are expressed through our actions, and all of the issues that we are facing surrounding climate change and public health are symptomatic of these actions and values. Quoting local hip hop artist and activist Andrew Wake Self Martinez, who was recently killed in a DWI accident, we forget that our bodies are water while we pollute bodies of water. We water our lawns and grow crops not meant for the environment while consuming goods and producing waste at alarming rates. Lastly, although we are only 100 to 200 people here, these conversations are taking place all over the world. And we need to be aware that change is on the horizon and it is time that we stop being silent about issues that are critical to our civilization. Issues like consumerism, public health, food, and water. So I challenge all of you to take up Senator Stefanik's call and begin talking more about climate change and the potential risks to our state. Urge the legislature to provide the ISC with the resources they need to complete the work they were tasked. Communication is an essential element of a healthy community and a healthy democracy. Thank you once again for this opportunity to set the stage for today's meeting. And I hope you all have a positive experience and are motivated to return next year to the 29th annual New Mexico Water Dialogue meeting. Thank you, Lucy.
Jeffrey, thank you so much. I can't imagine a more beautiful, complete, inspiring, eloquent opening. Thank you. Really appreciate that. I think we are in good shape to move forward. I want to introduce our first speaker, and that is Sam Fernald. As Jeffrey remarked, he is the director of the New Mexico Water Resource Research Institute, and that body hosts a very important water conference every year, which just happened recently, and we want to hear some of the findings from that conference. So Sam, are you with us?
You know, I received a chat from Connie Maxwell that Sam was having difficulty. I believe he's in London right now and was having difficulty with Zoom. She asked if she could share her screen and he could present from here. Connie, has this been resolved or?
Yeah, I think we can make this work. So we're just bringing Sam in. Hold on one second.
Thank you so much, Connie, for being the link.
Certainly. If you could maybe try to also, oh shoot. It's asking for the meeting number. Hold on.
Sophia?
Hi.
Are you dealing with the Sam Fernald problem or something else?
That's what I'm doing. Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now.
Great.
Do you need
Just wanted to
me?
be sure you were on it. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, what and what's over here? Is there a bill? Okay. It's a low bill. In other words, this is all going to be this.
I'm not sure. Can you see if I have joined via phone as well as the phone number would be a 575 number.
Okay. So what do you want to do these?
I'm gonna try muting me.
I don't see any phone numbers in the.
Okay, I'm gonna try to join one more time.
Thank you, everybody, for your patience. This is just the world we live in right now. and communication will win out. We will make it work. So I mean, this is really a primitive question, but if Connie is talking to Sam, could she just hold the phone up to the microphone and hear him?
She could. I guess that depends on the quality of the sound.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Okay, I should be in the meeting now via a phone number. Oh, I
Okay.
haven't been admitted yet.
You are muted. You can mute or unmute yourself.
Okay, so we're gonna have to do.
Okay, there we go. 575-7401.
Okay, so this stuff.
So
is
that
all
is,
roof.
okay, and I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen,
Yeah.
which is Sam and his presentation. And
Wow,
I'm-
thank you,
I'm-
Connie.
And we're sorting out the audio portion, correct, Connie?
Yes, and actually, if you can allow the phone number to share, the
Okay.
575, and
Yep.
then that should work and we should be in business.
Okay. Let me, 1 second. So if your question is, can I make the phone number share? I mean, they should be able to speak.
Oh, I see. So I need to unmute the phone number. Okay,
Yes.
let me try that.
And then you may need to leave because when there are two on and from the same place, it can cause big echoes. But let's get Sam hooked up first.
Not letting me unmute. It just hits more.
So it's the 575 number, correct? So
That's correct. If you could unmute that.
Yes, and so I'm requesting that number unmute, but I'm not getting a response. So that there needs to be an action on whatever end that number is to actively unmute. Let's see here.
Thank you for your patience, everybody. We're trying to get Sam Fernald connected from London, and we've got his PowerPoint up.
You know, unmute from the phone.
Aha, here's from Nina Karenko. You may want to try *6 on the phone to unmute.
It doesn't continue up this wall.
Perfect.
Okay, so
that
we
works.
We can hear
That worked
you. Sam.
great. Okay, he's on.
Okay, so it just stops there.
Okay, Sam. So we can.
Okay,
Great.
wonderful. Well, that was quite the impressive Zoom proficiency display. Good morning, everybody, and I'll be. Let's see. Can you hear me talking?
Yes, we hear you
Yes.
fine.
Okay. And how many minutes do I have after that little
Well,
arrangement of Zoom?
could you do 10? Would 10 do it, do you think?
Well, I have exactly a 15-minute presentation, but of course I'll make it happen in however many minutes
No,
you need.
you do what you need to do, Sam. We're very grateful you're on. So take the time you need. We'll figure it out.
Okay, so this first slide shows the team that put together all the material for this presentation. And basically I'll be talking about the Water Institute's 50-year water plan work. And we have a project to showcase the 5th-year water plan, that was at the 66th Annual New Mexico Water Conference. And in addition to the showcasing of the plan itself, we had a facilitated discussion of resilience adaptation strategies. And additionally, we held regional stakeholder conversations to get their strategies and visions and work with them to get them into climate water budget models, consistent with the leap ahead analysis. Small typo there. So our approach during the assessment phase, we worked on our regional water budget analyses to present to communities in hydrologically diverse areas. We also worked on the offshoot model with more detail for the Lower Rio Grande to start. Then in the pivot to adaptation, we held these stakeholder conversations. That's mostly what I'll talk about today. And we basically, this adaptation planning approach for integrated water and community resilience. And we asked the key question, what are the future scenarios that should be modeled and assessed? And let me see here. I'm going to try and turn down my own. Okay, great. I muted my computer. Can you still hear me?
Yes, we hear you fine.
Okay, thank you. So we also worked on community-driven metrics to define water and with a focus on agricultural resilience. And then I'll report on the 66th Annual Water Conference. And our ongoing work now and after the 5th-year water plans turned in is to incorporate future predictions and community strategies into water budget scenarios, and then actually facilitate the research, development, funding of putting these things to work in real projects. And we're already starting on that now with some grant proposals to do some pilot projects. So next slide here. Quick word about the need for regional water balance estimates. A water budget, just the definitional, is an accounting of water movement and storage change. So we have here a specific region in the picture, for an example, Lower Rio Grande storage and fluxes demonstrated. It's a great approach because you can't create new water from other places. It conserves mass. There's also a need for these regional estimates. At the farm scale, you might have efficiency, but that could cause regional increases in water use, for example. So another point is that for these climate change impacted regions, predictive scenarios are critical to estimate the effects of your strategies. Like if we're going to make a change, how's it going to affect the whole water budget? So a couple slides about our New Mexico statewide water budget. We have a project that takes surface water, groundwater, precip into the system, 4 different components of storage. It's all in a system dynamics model, and evapotranspiration and surface and groundwater flows out. And this is on a monthly time step for a historical period and a future period with different climate change scenarios. I'd like to give a shout out here to the Water Data Act effort. This relies on data. And the better data we have in the future, the better we're going to be able to make these predictive scenarios that help with planning and management. Okay, the statewide water budget covers multiple scales, the state, major basins, regions, and the planning regions and counties. And that's really important in a hydrologically diverse state like New Mexico. We're going to capture 5 of these locations in our community conversations. Of course, we know there's a lot of diversity, but we are capturing some of that by having these 5 different locations: Southeast, Lower Rio Grande, Middle Rio Grande, North Central, and San Juan, or Northwest. And we held these focus groups with 4 objectives: collaboratively develop the understanding of the regional water dynamics, that using these printouts from the statewide water budget, distilling clues to resilience, and then use preliminary modeling. This we've not done yet. We will. This is ongoing work to test the combination of strategies that can achieve their vision, and then develop programs to put it to work. So we asked 4 questions: what is valued? What are the issues that affect the region? What are the strategies? And what are the visions? And I'm going to go through all 5 regions because it's really interesting, and it's just a snapshot. There's a lot more depth we're going to turn into in the report to the ISC, but I'm going to go through some examples. And what we did, we took the water budget outputs, for example, Lower Rio Grande. One of the biggest things is decreasing surface water. That's in the dark blue line. It goes down. And we have increased groundwater depletions to offset that surface water shortfall. And you see here to the right, there's a little diagram that shows the planning region. This is actually seen around the world. So going to the stakeholders, what are some of their values and visions? And I'll do this for each region. And just say the content in bold just for time. Achieve economic and community resilience integrated with ecological resilience. Address challenges of climate change by rethinking the system. Retain flood flow. Build networking and working groups to achieve bigger goals. But what are the issues? Upper watershed rangeland health, downstream flooding and sediment transport, riparian health, water supply and water quality, aquifer depletion, the need for coordinated watershed planning. But the great thing is, with all these challenges, there's some strategies. Expand aquifer recharge, expand early warning and water data, watershed planning and restoration, develop regional water budgets, and decision support tools, develop watershed education and technical programs. So this is really optimistic to me because we have a lot of work to do, but there are some things that we can get to work on with the communities to make a difference. Okay, I'm going to go through the other 4. North Central, some different issues. These are Taos, Rio Chalma, and Jemez, and Sangre. Water planning, and you see the green is historic, the red is future, projected, and there's earlier and less runoff projected. And stakeholders say they're already seeing this happening. So what are some of the visions? It's different, but we see some commonalities. The values, querencia, lover sense of place, food and water security, community involvement, maintaining the connection between agriculture and culture, providing deep connection to history. These are deeply held values, but what are some of the challenges? Irrigation and field management, water sharing and allocation, forest riparian and soil health, increasing temperature and water shortage, need for pilot projects, education and awareness campaigns, lack of funding and labor. And again, some strategies and solutions, they're integrative, they're holistic. Restoring watersheds, protective covers for crops, processing facilities, investing in youth, business incentives, fully funded community and regional science centers. I think it's really important that we see that we need everybody working on these water issues and all these aspects included in integrative approaches. So go to the middle Rio Grande. Projected surface flow is expected to be more variable, and because of less San Juan Chama water from the Colorado River Basin, projected groundwater storage declines. And we talked to the Middle Rio Grande stakeholders about their values and visions for the future. Farming, the bosque, and water through all. The agro-ecosystem, and these are holistic views. Working with the water budget we have toward a scaled-down river with key functions to keep it alive. Equitably sharing resources, thinking forward and across agencies, maintaining multiple values of river flows through Albuquerque. But again, some big issues. Climate change and limited surface water in the future. If farming goes, the river goes. Water for agriculture is also critical for wildlife. A lot of concerns about new marijuana growing and implications for water use. But some strategies. We need regional teams working on these complex issues, expand our management of water past snowpack to include monsoon flows, implement aquifer storage and recovery, include the agriculture community and water discussions, ensure water quality to also ensure quantity. So of course, these are a snapshot also of all stakeholders, but we tried to get a representative group to get these visions for the future. Okay, I have 2 more regions. Northwest, the very real concern about reduced surface flow in the future. We have our water budget showing historic in blue, and earlier and less runoff in yellow and red. And going to the community, what are some of the values and visions? Keep water affordable and available. I mean, that's the bottom line. Good to see up here. Integrated watershed approaches. And then some complexity, making water deliveries from Navajo Dam that maintain compliance with contract obligations while balancing values of different water users. Shifting from economic reliance on oil and gas to other industries like recreation. But some issues: diminished quality, no hard administration of the Colorado River, commercial viability and value of farmland, increased surface runoff from oil and gas roads, forecast changes in precipitation aren't captured by the infrastructure now. But again, some strategies: upland and arroyo restoration, build coalitions and partnerships that have capacity to pursue funding, implement water shortage sharing, reopen compact negotiations, develop more water storage, increase outreach and education. So we'll be working on projects already to do a few of these and get this into the 50-year water plan so the communities can have support to do more of those. Okay, the last one I have of the regional is Southeast. And this graph above shows in blue declining groundwater, basically because there's very little recharge. Just for comparison, Socorro County in orange has Rio Grande recharge. And you go to the community, they understand this. Value and vision: maximize that period of having more groundwater, meaning into the future. Long-term transition to advantage industries that can use brackish. Local governance. And big issues. I mean, the top of the list: dwindling Ogallala water. Concerns about conservation efforts to take farmland out of production. Getting oil and gas companies to recycle produced water. Limited agency resources for enforcement. Capacity challenges for small water systems, and Texas rate of capture. It's so interesting how you get different issues, different parts of the state. Some strategies: local governance mechanisms such as groundwater conservation districts, and we heard about that other places like Lower Rio Grande. Increased reuse, take advantage of flood events, promote crop changes. So I think we really have some visions to present. What I'm going to do now is talk about the water conference, what we learned, which is more of the cross-cutting themes instead of the region by region approach. We have breakouts with agriculture, watershed and habitat health, commercial and energy and water use, public water systems and outdoor recreation, with some facilitated questions. What are the greatest concerns related to 10 to 25% less water supply by 2070? And this is actually conservative by some estimates if you look at the Leap Ahead report. What are the greatest challenges to addressing concerns? What are your suggestions for actions to achieve resiliency? And this is just a word cloud, a lot of the same words we saw in those regional visions and strategies. Some key points. Maybe we see a lot of the same visions. Capture and aquifer recharge, shortage sharing, treating wastewater. I'll just highlight a couple of these issues on everyone's mind: diminishing surface water. Strategies: expanding aquifer recharge, create ecosystem service payments, capture and release snowmelt. I mean, you just get some great ideas coming out of these conversations. So in terms of putting these to work, we have some emerging themes, and we'll do more analysis on these. They kind of fall in these big categories of policy and regulatory direction, data and research needs. We're going to be homing in on that. Education and engagement, and funding prioritization. And I think this is illustrated to me more than ever that, like, when we go to the legislature, we need all these water efforts. We need as much funding as we can to have basically all these different facets attacked for water resiliency. Okay, so let's see here. Last slide. Just an example, working on some pilot projects, it just shows you can use the water budget analysis and some local models to inform projects that are going to make a difference but not have negative effects. Avoid maladaptation, where you create more problems by adapting to change, and have resilience. So thanks so much for the opportunity to present, and that concludes.
Thank you, Sam, very, very much for coming to us from London, where I know it's about 5:40 p.m. and you could be resting for the day. Thank you ever so much. And also Connie Maxwell for making this happen in Sophia. So extremely interesting presentation. We do have questions in the chat. I think I'll just hit on Sharon Howsams. And Sam, if you wanted to respond very briefly, you'd be welcome to do that. She points out that the water values and visions are different from what we heard from Senator Liz Stefanik's yesterday about the New Mexico First event that emphasized economic development so strongly. Any thoughts on the different audiences that you were tapping into, or why that might be?
Yeah, absolutely. And even Connie could weigh in if she wants to. But basically, we tried to get stakeholders who were water users from different groups on the ground. A lot of cases, that's natural resource farmer, community, municipality. And I think it points out that there's a lot of, again, that's what I was alluding to with the funding and legislature comment. I think we need all of these angles to work on water resilience. So we captured a little bit less of the kind of private sector business aspect of the importance of water. So I would say this is not in any way competing with that, but in addition to. I don't know if that answers the question, but I really appreciate it. And if you want to, or if anyone could maybe capture those, any other questions in the chat, I'd be happy to respond offline.
Great, Sam, I don't know if you can see the chat. I don't know how the technology works.
I can't.
Okay.
I can facilitate that.
But Connie, if you could answer or, just address the other questions, they're excellent. And my apologies, we just need to move on. So thank you, Sam, again.
Thank you,
Connie. Yeah, really appreciate it. I want to move to our panel. We're about 15 minutes late, but that's okay. We will make it work out. I've asked the panelists if they can keep their remarks to more or less 10 minutes. I don't want to cheat them for sure. So just do the best you can. And if we do have time for questions after the panel, that would be good. We'll see how we do. So our panel is Grace Haggerty, Senior Hydrologist Program Manager for ISC, one of ISC's many contributions to this annual meeting and to the work of the dialogue this year. Jason John, Director, Navajo Department of Water Resources, former President of the Board of the New Mexico Water Dialogue. Mary Kelly, a partner with Culp and Kelly, and Kevin Moran, Senior Director, Water Policy and State Affairs, Environmental Defense Fund. So here we're going to hear some lessons learned about communities' resilience, a good follow-on to Sam's presentation, and really looking forward to this. I think it will set us off for this afternoon's breakout groups in a really inspiring way. So let me turn it over to Grace to go first. Grace, appreciate your being here so much.
Oh, no problem. And thank you, Lucy. And I will try and share screen. It's been a long time since I've done this. So.
And I think Jeffrey can back you up if you need
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Okay, what are you seeing? Are you seeing the notes as well, or?
No, well, we see the current slide and then the next slide next to it.
Okay, let me see if I can get that fixed. Is that better?
No, it disappeared. Jeffrey or
Is that
Sophia?
better?
Oh, now you're not sharing. So could you just
Okay.
start over with the share?
Sure. This always happens to me. Okay. Jeffrey, why don't you do it? Because that seems like that might be easier. And I want to just get through these as quickly as possible. I know we have a short time frame, so.
I appreciate it, Grace, but I do
Not
not
a
want
problem.
to, I don't want to squeeze you, so
No, not a problem at all. And thank you so much.
sure.
Okay, that's it. Okay, thank you. My name is Grace Haggerty, and I am I'm a hydrologist. I graduated from New Mexico Tech, as many of you are also alumni of that great institution in New Mexico. I'm originally from California, but I've been here for about 30 years. And I've worked with the ISC for about 18 years now, maybe going on 19. So primarily I've worked in the Middle Rio Grande, doing endangered species work with the collaborative program. And so I'm going to mostly talk kind of a little bit about some of the lessons learned that I have struggled with and appreciated with working with such a diverse stakeholder group. Next slide. Okay, so I had been thinking about what a resilient community really looks like. And so I, did a little bit of reading before this, this talk. And there were so many really interesting discussions on resilient communities and how that works within all the different places throughout the world. And I really like kind of the circle diagram that I saw from a Virginia organization, where things kind of come together from ecosystem services, which I've been mostly working on. But of course, as Sam discussed and many of the other speakers yesterday, there are so many integrations between economic activities, all of our community actions, community understanding, what communities need, and then just general, how do we govern, how do we make sure that we put together the things we need in infrastructure and buildings. And so primarily, again, within that circle, you can probably fill in all the kinds of things you need to get to a more resilient community. And I also thought that some of the elements that are listed below on this PowerPoint slide were pretty interesting to think about as we go through talking about communities, such as local knowledge. I mean, really understanding that just as in this room, there's so many people who know so much about different things. We have to have lots of good relationship building and networks, communication, that we need people to be able to concentrate on things like water, because their health is dependent on that. And there needs to be good governance and leadership, and resources, economic investment, preparedness. And I think mental outlook is a big thing. Can people come to the table and be willing to listen to other people, be open to other people, empathize, and then build some consensus. Next slide. The other thing I kind of came upon is Senator Bennett's Colorado roundtable that he conducted in 2021. And the reason why I just liked his conclusions on his website along with the websites from Senator Heinrich and our senators from New Mexico, was that they were kind of just like distilled into from those roundtable discussions that included, again, many diverse folks, three main priorities. And I'm just going to read it real quick, that the resilience is dependent on strong local economies in the West. The West is really, has so many rural communities, so many diverse economies that really needs to get looked at. Our climate resilience strategy must include tools for local economies in the West to adapt to changing climate and economic conditions and build long-term prosperity in a future powered by a clean economy. That's a pretty big priority to go towards us. But I also think that the other three things are two priorities are very important and things I've been working on more: supporting healthy soils, forests, rangeland, rivers, watersheds. They all make the communities much more resilient and maximize climate mitigation potential for Western landscapes. And then finally, our climate resilience is dependent on thorough and science-based understandings of actions needed to sustainably adapt and to mitigate climate change. So I think that last priority is one that tends to get short shrift over time. And so we really need to always come back to, are we doing getting a science-based understanding of what needs to be done? Next slide. So I'm going to jump now into sort of what I have been working on since the early 2000s, and that's the Middle Rio Grande. It's really sort of a good example of how climate change just did a 1-2 punch, along with that has been progressing probably prior to the 90s. But really the 90s, I think, really shocked a lot of water management managers in both federal, state, and local into like, whoa, what is going on? There's, because we had the listing of the Rio Grande silvery minnow and the southwestern willow flycatch early on in the 90s under the Endangered Species Act. And really across the West, this happened very much in the 90s. And it just happened to be coupled with a persistent drought. And so we had a lot of conflicts happening that created just litigation over Endangered Species Act and how federal water managers were controlling and operating and what their discretion was for the reservoirs and for operations within the Rio Grande. And I haven't included a map of the Middle Rio Grande. I'm assuming that most of you know that when I'm talking about the Middle Rio Grande, it's from Cochiti Reservoir down to Elephant Butte Reservoir, but really the whole system, all the way from the headwaters in Colorado all the way down into Texas, El Paso, Fort Quitman, are the extent of the Rio Grande that we really are dealing with. So anyway, back to that, the 90s, what other things were happening is that all of a sudden, was the USGS came out that the groundwater in Albuquerque is not this big pool. It's not an infinite resource. There's a lot less water, and we do have a lot of groundwater depletions occurring. The Water Authority is also bringing on their San Juan Chamo water project. So there was less water just being flushed down the Rio Grande. We had fires, incredible fires within the Bosque, which is sort of back in those days was unheard of, that you would have a fire in the Bosque. And then also die off of some of the native vegetation that was also, was senescing, but also just decreases in groundwater were really creating some problems for vegetation, both in the uplands and in the Bosque. And there were a lot of politics, including concerns between farmers and ESA and federal agencies as to whether they needed to use water for farms and whose water is that, and whether we could keep the river wet. Next slide. So the question is, how do we get out of the fact that we have this litigation occurring that was creating so much concern, controversy, and spending lots of money? And I think that Norm Gom and many others in the room, really saw that we needed to move beyond just litigation and following the law route and moving towards collaboration. And so there was a concerted effort towards putting together a number of stakeholders called the Middle Rio Grande Endangered Species Collaborative Program. It was, there's 16 signatories, maybe a few more now. That included 4 Middle Rio Grande pueblos who contributed quite a bit and have been very interested in what their river system through their pueblos are like and how they can help. But also several federal agencies, state agencies, and local MRGCD and local other NGOs. The one thing I wanted to say is collaboration. I think everybody talks about collaboration. They talk about making sure that we can work together to find solutions. One thing that I think the collaborative program has shown is that this is a very difficult process. And especially when you have so many diverse stakeholders and they all are concerned about their water uses in the system, maintaining a river that is a living river. All of those things come in to a consensus building collaborative setting, and progress can be very difficult. I think for the collaborative program, one thing I kind of felt was that authorization was never ever really completed. And so there seems to be a lot of issues with sustained funding. I'm trying to get some independence within the program, and whether federal agencies should be managing the program versus more local stakeholders. Science and politics really sometimes create a lack of trust. There's a lot of distrust even between different scientists within the program. And then we have a real problem in actually doing on the ground work, because environmental regulations and agency contracting creates this inflexibility and complexity to the system that makes everything just take a long time to get completed. And then I feel that peer reviews are so important, and yet have been very difficult to establish. And sometimes then the results are ignored. And so I think that needs to be a focus probably when we talk about sustaining communities. Like, how do we make sure that things aren't going the wrong direction, especially in the science world? And then there's lots of uncertainties. Every time we plan something, we might have 2 more years of drought, or we have a big flood come through, and it might change, how things are occurring on the river. Next slide. So after the collaborative program and the biological opinions came into place in the early 2000s, we kind of had this take 2 where we've got a new paradigm with new biological opinion that really looks at emphasizing adaptive management. And why is that? Because we just can't guarantee the flows on the river in the Middle Rio Grande every single year that environmental advocates and Fish and Wildlife would like to see. So this particular biological opinion really looks at adaptive management. And the collaborative program is now moving towards more being more of a science-based program where they can be an information resource and work with different stakeholders in the middle of the Rio Grande in the valley to conduct projects. Next slide. Can you go back one? Oh, there you go. So managing adaptively, I just wanted to kind of show this. Again, we get into the circle of life and circle of how do we get things done within and move forward to produce something that really makes a difference in our communities. So this is just an example, and it's more of a science example based on some of the work that the ISC has been doing with its contractors and looking at flows upstream that the silvery minnow requires in the spring, coupled with habitat restoration, being able to bring that water onto floodplains that have been disconnected. So designing those issues, but what's very important and what often has been overlooked in the program and overlooked, I think, even within our day-to-day governance, is the entire circle of how do we get back to getting a project that actually works. So, so I've sort of added things within this adaptive management circle. So once we implement a program, a habitat restoration project, for instance, we can't walk away. We have to monitor that project, and we have to monitor it for quite a bit of time. And we have to monitor all of the effects up and down the river that a project might have. So in this instance, we had a flow come down the river. We had inundation on a restored floodplain, and we went to look and see, what was occurring on the floodplain. And then especially looking at larval fish, because there's a lot of uncertainties around what, how do we best create enough habitat and enough flow during the springtime to promote a higher population number in the fall. So then evaluating that is extremely important. And then we come back to adjusting. Do we do this? Do we do reservoir storage and release in the springtime more often or not? How often can we hold off before we have to sacrifice that water downstream? And also, how can we utilize, and I think MRGCD and Mike alluded to this too yesterday, how can we couple different benefits, such as getting water down to Elephant Butte Reservoir in the springtime when it's most effectively delivered down there with some economic or environmental benefits, ecologic benefits, such as for the silvery minnow. Next slide. So I wanted to also just kind of circle back and say that, there are so many organizations now looking and creating these community actions within the Middle Rio Grande. And this is just a very short summary of some of the ones that I have worked with personally that have been looking at different reaches and how their communities can become involved in the river system, what they're about, bringing their values into that river system reach, how they can promote a healthier environment for the community. And that includes recreation, includes ensuring that there's that there are fish and birds and river flow throughout the entire system. There's a lot of discussions too with farmers now and how they can interact to create a healthier ecosystem, as well as to ensure that they can economically survive with less and less water. Next slide.
Grace, it's Lucy. Yeah, it's Lucy, Grace. I just, are you just about done?
This is the last slide.
Terrific, thank you.
Yeah. So, so I approach this not, I'm as a scientist, I believe that there's a couple things that we really need to look at if we're moving forward with this, trying to get better community resilience. And that is that, of course, we're very, very tied in New Mexico to resilience, to the environment. We need to have resilience. I think that rivers and wetlands are probably most at risk. And so we need to start looking at, are there new laws or approaches that we can protect them along with other community values. We should be thinking really about committing to long-term monitoring throughout the entire river systems that we have, all of them. And then I also believe that we should start honoring our process, that we should maybe be establishing some peer review panels or work groups that ensure that we are going the right direction in over the next 50 to 100 to 200 years that we'll be living in this beautiful land. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Grace, really appreciate it.
Sure.
I'm going to do a little time check while Jason John gets ready to speak. We are behind schedule, obviously, and so I think you can plan on a break at 10:45 rather than 10:30. I'll try to keep to that schedule and not get farther behind than that. So really appreciate the next three speakers and look forward to hearing from you all. If we have time for questions at the end, we'll certainly do that. Jason, welcome. Let's see, Jason, are you with us? Are you on mute?
Sorry, I was muted.
Great, great. Good to see you, Jason.
So do you see the screen I'm
Yes,
sharing?
yes, looks
Okay.
good.
Yes, good morning, everybody. My name's Jason John. I am the director of the Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources. I have been working for the Navajo Nation for just over 20 years now. And I am currently the director of the Department of Water Resources. And I'm gonna try to see how I move the slide. So the topic of the panel is resilience. And when you look at the definition of resilience, it talks about being able to recover quickly from difficulties or the ability to spring back into shape. And, I wanted to.
Hey, Jason, Jason, sorry, yes. Let me just interrupt a sec. If you hit the square up there and make it bigger, you can make the whole screen bigger, I think. Up in the upper right corner, the hollow square on your screen. Yeah, try that.
Okay.
Okay, might make it a little bigger. Thanks, that's good.
Yes.
Perfect,
and
perfect.
Part of the challenge on the Navajo Nation is that so many families have been in this cycle of resiliency all the time. And in 2020, there was over 9,600 homes across the Navajo Nation that did not have access to water. And really the goal here is to provide access to water for many of these families. And it really takes a community to try to address this need, especially during the pandemic. And some of the challenges that we have faced in the last couple of years, and actually for a long time, is this difficulty in accessing water for many homes and many families. There's been an ongoing lack of funding, and I think everyone has come to understand the response by government is poor. A lot of it has been delayed just due to internal processes. And there's always been a systemic issue about internal staff capacity to deal with the numbers of projects and the needs at the community level. And finally, another big thing we learned was that there were a lot of funding and project requirements that also pose challenges to trying to address our response to the pandemic. And just in general, when it comes to water development on the Navajo Nation, this is a picture here that I took in the summer of 2020 of families continuing to try to haul water from Gallup, New Mexico at the height of the pandemic. Our response to the COVID-19, I think everybody can acknowledge that a lot of the strength within families is what has gotten people through 2020 and 2021. I think that because of the delayed response from governments, the lack of supplies, sometimes the lack of work, it was really the family strength that got them through and made them more resilient in their time of need. There was also some government assistance, but like I said, there were some struggles with that as well. What really came to light at the community level were some of these non-governmental organizations, such as the Navajo and Hopi Families COVID-19 Relief Fund. They were able to launch a website, take in donations, get volunteers, and distribute food and supplies to many families and communities, I think across the Navajo Nation, even though they were based out of Arizona. There was also other enterprises such as Tulani Lake Enterprise that they also stepped up to the plate and took on a lot of efforts to try to get things accomplished in their areas. And of course, I think everyone recognizes the Gofundme efforts, and that really allowed people to demonstrate the need at their communities, and it was a quick way to provide financial assistance to those families in need. And of course, there was the CARES Act of 2020. The Navajo Nation, because of the time it takes to build water lines to homes, the Navajo Nation and the Indian Health Service and our Navajo Tribal Utility Authority and others worked together to establish watering points across the Navajo Nation to provide better access to water for families. We are also in the process of buying water trucks to distribute to various communities across the Navajo Nation so that water can be hauled to families who have cistern systems. And then of course, there was direct payments to families from the CARES Act that the Navajo Nation received. And a lot of this was in response to trying to get the quickest amount of access to water at the community level, as well as providing direct assistance to the families as well. During the whole process as well, we worked with the United States to get the Utah Water Rights Settlement approved, And then more recently, we had the American Rescue Plan Act that was approved, and then the recent infrastructure bill. So all of these things combined were a response to the pandemic that had occurred. Of course, we've been talking about planning as part of this annual meeting. And the Navajo Nation does have a water development strategy, and the total shown here is close to $4 billion. And I had broken it out by state estimates. In New Mexico alone, it's about 1.6 billion. And that doesn't include things that are already funded, such as the Navajo Gallup Water Supply Project. This is a current ongoing need for development. Of course, about 30% of that is talking about completion of the Navajo Indian Irrigation Project, but there's a big portion of it in this total as well that is water lines to homes through the Indian Health Service sanitation deficiency listing. There's about half a billion dollars of need to provide water to those 9,000 plus homes that currently don't have water. So the next steps are to update the water development strategy. We're working right now with our Navajo Nation leadership to determine which projects to fund through the American Rescue Plan Act. The Indian Health Service also recently received approximately $3.5 billion of funding nationwide. And so we're working with them to determine which projects are going to be constructed on the Navajo Nation. We anticipate IHS nationwide to receive about 700 million a year to address water projects to homes. And of course, the Navajo Nation does need to access the Colorado River for additional communities, such as the Navajo Gallup Water Supply Project. We have needs in Utah and Arizona. We look forward to completing the Navajo Gallup Water Supply Project and to secure funding for its connection plans. Thank you.
Jason, thank you so much. Wonderful to get a glimpse into Navajo land, and so appreciate your loyalty to this organization and to the issue of water and its importance to us all. Thank you. So we are now ready for Mary Kelly. If you're lined up, let me take this moment to just remind everybody, please do not leave the meeting. If you need to take a break, go to an appointment, and you're planning on coming back, whatever it might be, please do not hit the red leave button and log back in. Just leave yourself logged in. Turn off your video if you want. Be sure to mute yourself and walk away. That helps us with the breakout rooms that are going to happen after lunch. So Mary, are you ready to roll?
I am, and I think Jeffrey's going to run my slides, if that's
Good.
all right. Thank you very much. Let's see, are you all seeing them?
Not yet. See, Jeffrey, are you on it? There we go.
There we
Yep,
go.
he is.
Always. All right, great. Good morning, everybody. And thanks for being here. And I'm going to try and cut this a little bit short so we can make up time, but there's plenty of resources out there on the web that I'll tell you about in a moment. So I guess what I want to start with is kind of an overall lesson, and that is, given the challenges we have, I'm going to focus a little bit on the Colorado River Basin, but this is applicable across New Mexico and much of the arid West, is that we need a lot more strategies for climate resilience. We need to deploy them a lot faster, and we need to deploy them at scale. So what I'm going to talk a little bit about is how do we do that? And it's based on a report that you can find at 10strategies.net that was prepared by my firm, Culp & Kelly LLP, a consulting firm by the name of Martin and McCoy. And we did it on behalf of a coalition of groups working towards sustainability in the Colorado River Basin. And I want to mention them because they all made important contributions to the report. And that's the Nature Conservancy, Trout Unlimited, Environmental Defense Fund, Audubon, American Rivers, the Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Project, and Western Resource Advocates. So Jeffrey, if you could please go to the next slide. We heard just amazing information from Ms. Dunbar and others yesterday about the projected effects of climate change. I'm not going to dwell on that, but it is true, as it is in New Mexico, for the entire 7-state binational Colorado River Basin. Hotter, drier, more extremes, and more variability. So our focus, though, is what to do about that. And I just noticed a question in the chat. It's 10 strategies, the word 10. So our focus is really kind of what to do about it. And I just want to say, based on what happened yesterday and today, particularly Mr. Hammond's presentation and Mr. Fernald's today, just so incredibly impressed with the focus already in New Mexico about what needs to be done about it. And so I think you'll find some of this familiar, but also really excited about what you all are doing in your beautiful state. So Jeffrey, if you could go to the next slide, this just shows the 10 strategies that we looked at. And we kind of classified them from strategies with which we have much more experience to emerging strategies to, you probably should say innovative instead of theoretical. They're not theoretical. They would work if you could do them, but it's not being done much. So I'm going to quickly go through each of these strategies very quickly. But again, our report has a technical appendix that has tons of detail on each of these strategies. So Jeffrey, if you could proceed to the next one. Here are the questions that we use to evaluate these strategies. We tried to develop some questions along the line of what Jason was sort of saying is, what does resilience mean? And the 4 that we chose were, could the strategy help adapt to ongoing climate shifts? Could it reduce pressure on water supplies? And I want to say this is kind of important. It's not just about reducing water use. In some ways, it's just kind of strategies that help us live with less and reduce the pressure to develop new sources. Would the investment actually help mitigate climate change along with helping us adapt on the water side? And finally, could it strengthen economic resilience by creating jobs? So the first one is forest management. And obviously this is incredibly important, particularly in a state like New Mexico, prioritizing this strategy, in addition to all the environmental benefits and potential for wildfire risk reduction. But I want to emphasize that we did not treat this in our report as logging for water. And I know there's, what makes the forest management restoration strategy complex is there's a fine line in how we're doing this to both improve the health of our watersheds, the biological diversity in the forest, but also reduce the wildfire risk. So there's a lot of discussion of that in the report. I think the real challenge here, one, is just a lot of overlapping jurisdictions, the scale at which we need to do this, and kind of the pace at which we need to do it are all very challenging. It can, of course, benefit communities by providing jobs and by increasing the resilience of their watersheds and reducing wildfire risk, which causes, obviously, an enormous amount of economic damage. If we could move to the next one. This is natural distributed storage. And by this, I mean specifically things like beaver dam analogs, artificial beaver dams, the whole range of process-based restoration. And I know New Mexico is leading on this in a lot of places, particularly Santa Fe National Forest. I think this strategy could end up allowing the watersheds, including ranch lands, it's not just public lands on which this happens, to both better adapt to drier times and even to those more extreme precipitation events by helping with flood attenuation and timing of flows. I think the challenge here with natural distributed storage is really, one, making sure techniques are good and that restoration firms are looking at the most current techniques. And then secondly, how to do this at scale, particularly where there's a lot of fragmented land. How do you actually do it at scale in a way that makes a difference. If we could go to the next one. So I know this is an area of regenerative agriculture in which New Mexico is really leading with the Quivira Coalition, the New Mexico Healthy Soils Working Group, and the efforts of the New Mexico Department of Agriculture. But these are just a variety of practices that can help soil health, can enhance biodiversity, restore watershed health. And in many ways, in some areas, these practices can probably even allow the same amount of production with less water, though particularly those strategies that improve healthy soils and that help pasture yields. The challenges here is we've really got to make farm bill programs work better, I think, for regenerative agriculture. And secondly, we need loan structures that allow farmers and ranchers time to make some of the conversions and investments that are needed to shift to regenerative agriculture techniques. We go to the next one. So this is obviously just a super important issue all over the Colorado River Basin and all over New Mexico. I mean, if you look at the west slope of Colorado, we have hundreds of small ditch companies, irrigation groups, irrigation districts that really have operated almost the same way for 50, 75, sometimes 100 years. That's been great when we've had more predictability in our hydrology. That really has to change with our new hydrology. And there's just massive needs for investment and modernization of these systems, probably in combination of some of those small districts, upgrading diversions, upgrading delivery systems, on-farm improvements, the whole range of things. I think for the challenge here is really one, how to make the farm bill programs, which can fund some of this, streamlined, functional, and importantly, making sure that NRCS has enough capacity to administer them at the scale we need them to be administered. Then where you don't have grants or where matching funds are difficult to get to loosen up those grants, we're going to need some other sources of match fund, whether that comes from the state or from business or from philanthropy. Those match funds to unlock some of those federal funds are going to be really important. I think you have a great example in New Mexico in Elephant Butte Irrigation District, which is really modernized, and you've seen how they've managed to survive on just incredibly low allocations from the Elephant Butte system. I know as a Texan, I know there's a little groundwater in there too, but I think looking to EBID and what they've done is a great example right in New Mexico's backyard. We could move to the next one. So this is really looking at cropping alternatives, sometimes referred to as crop switching, but it may not just only be that. The idea is growing higher value, lower water use crops. We could obviously learn a lot from indigenous agriculture here, native grains, beans, heritage fruit, things like that. It's not going to be applicable everywhere. What are the barriers for this strategy? Well, it's developing markets, it's developing process and transport capacity. And again, we come to financing. How are we going to help farmers who are ready to make some shifts actually do that, because there's a lot of transition time involved. Their lenders might not go for it easily. So what kind of alternative financing sources can we help to make those crop shifts? The next one, please. And I'm going to go through these really quick because they're well-known strategies. Urban conservation, really, it's a no-brainer, right? But I think the main point here is really upping the game, and particularly on reuse, both potable and indirect reuse. Next one. I think here for industrial conservation and reuse, one of the big areas of focus needs to be the industrial cooling towers and sort of shifting those to dry cooling or other techniques. It's actually quite a significant amount of water use in some urban areas, and we haven't paid quite as much attention to it maybe as we could. And I think this is going to apply, we've really got big data servers and big tech facilities that have fairly high water use, although it's probably small in the overall context of water use. They still can put pressure on local water supply. So how can we make those facilities more water efficient or use net zero strategies for them? If we could go to the next one. It's obviously a big issue as coal plants retire, taken out of service. A lot of them have fairly significant water rights. I think the challenges here are utility asset management. Those water rights are an asset for those utilities that are closing the plants, and they're not just going to give them away. So how do you deal with that asset management issue? And it's quite complicated, unfortunately, from a water rights perspective in many locations. And then the third thing is, how does this relate to local community transition in those areas? All right, we're almost done. Reducing dust on snow is the next one. I mean, here, obviously the Four Corners area might be a place you look to where these strategies can be employed. I think it's really investing in land management practices that help reduce dust on snow and allows grazing to be more productive and more efficient. And finally, covering canals and reservoirs. This comes up a lot on lots of internet and Twitter chats, covering canals and reservoirs with solar panels. I think what we concluded in our report is, let's don't look at covering like meat. Let's look at some of the smaller canal and other systems and try to pilot that strategy. All right, next slide. That is a run through of the strategies. Again, our report at 10strategies.net with the word 10 has a lot of information on each of those, both pluses and minuses, barriers and opportunities. So from our perspective, we need to just get going. Let's find some projects. Let's invest in them. Let's generate that place-based knowledge. Let's generate those regional benefits. Financing is the biggest barrier, right? And I'm going to come to that in just 1 second. But trying to have readily available, streamlined, quickly applicable financing is, I think, our biggest barrier that we have to address. And then finally, we can't ignore looking at what we do as we go along in terms of the research and seeing what works and what doesn't and being able to adjust those strategies. So the last slide here, we have put up on this 10 strategies site what I think is a fairly incredible resource. We have fact sheets on all the new IIJA programs, that the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act law that can apply to state and local governments, tribal governments and entities, as well as non-governmental organizations. And there is a database on there that you can filter by strategy, by eligibility, by timeline, by program, and it will generate you a list of the federal funding programs that might be applicable to the strategy you're looking at. And then it will also allow you to generate a summary fact sheet for each of those programs, so you can figure out how to apply and what the timeline is and where you go to get more information about the program. I'm going to stop talking. I'm sure that was a little bit more than 10 minutes, but I ran through it as quickly as I could.
You did great, Mary. Thank you so much. And Patrick put links to both the report and the appendix in the chat. So I clicked on and looked really, really interesting. Thank you. Thank you.
There's a lot of information there.
Yeah, terrific. We do have some questions piling up in the chat. I'm going to ask that the presenters take a look, and if you've got a comment or an answer for our audience that's asking something, please just answer it in the chat yourself. You can have a very rich conversation there. But I want to turn this over to Kevin Moran, who is Senior Director, Water Policy and State Affairs for the Environmental Defense Fund. Kevin, thank you so much for being with us. And I think you've got about 13 minutes or so.
Well, thank you, Lucy. I will use less than that. Thank you all. I'm honored to be with you. Really impressive presentations I've had a chance to sample, and the work in your beautiful state. So I'm coming to you from Phoenix. My work is based in Phoenix. I work in EDF's water program and other policy areas in the Colorado River Basin. So I'm going to share a work in progress of your neighbor on water, and maybe spend a little time thinking about process. So part of my background is working in policy and political affairs, but also 11 years at a corporate company called Cox Communications. And I'm going to talk a little bit about what does it take in terms of process to build the kind of solutions that Mike Hammond, Representative Romero, and Senator Stefanik can then run with. What's involved in that process, and share a little bit of that work in progress. I'm going to share my screen and see if this works. And I have backup if need be. Let's see. How am I doing? Does that work?
There you go.
Very good. I want to talk to you a little bit about something that we've helped to build in Arizona called Water for Arizona Coalition. What you see here are 5 environmental nonprofits: EDF, Audubon, Business for Water Stewardship, American Rivers, and Western Resource Advocates, who came together about 3 years ago to create Water for Arizona Coalition. Now, I'm quick to add really close liaison to TNC Arizona, Arizona Land and Water Trust, and the Grand Canyon Trust. They're not formally part of the coalition, but we work together a lot. So why did this come together? Fundamentally, it's because we realized that as an environmental community, we needed to focus on what was most important on water. And in order to be a more influential and credible partner with other water users and with the entire Arizona community that cares about water, we needed to get our act together, candidly, and we needed to have a shared vision for what was most important on water, and we needed to have shared strategies on what we were doing. And that's why we started Water for Arizona Coalition. So how are we doing? Here's our goals for 2025. And I might just mention, sometimes when you're working on the problems in the state and all the great work you're doing, sometimes it's a little bit of a break to look at somebody else's problem, right? Look at your neighbor's problem. And I think I want to encourage you to follow my father-in-law's advice. One of my goals is to read more books. I said, how do you get through so many books? He says, Kevin, I take the best and I leave the rest. So I encourage you to do that here when you look at your neighbor's challenges and what we're working on. So we have 2 goals. One, we need to start managing groundwater in rural Arizona. I think most of you know that 80% of Arizona has virtually no groundwater management. It is open access, beneficial use, and literally property owners who've been using well water for years have no protections today in law or local process in most places from new users who could come in and mine the resource. And so community values, ecosystem values, the future of many rural communities is at risk, and there aren't tools to deal with it. That's the focus of Water for Arizona Coalition right now and what I'm talking about today. We also have a goal, of course, to help Arizona get its act together on conservation, on greater flexibility and resilience so that it can be a good partner in the Colorado River Operating Guidelines negotiations. So I want you to step back a minute and pull on this model that I experienced when I was in the private sector. Many of you are very familiar with it, the collective impact model. This came about when folks at Harvard and Stanford were trying to figure out how do multiple sectors actually come together and create durable social and political change. How does that happen? And they put this forward in 2011, and I think it's a model worth reflecting on when we ask the question, how can we take the outstanding work that we saw, for example, from Sam and his team just now, or from Grace, the foundational work in the Middle Rio Grande, how can we take that to the next level and across multiple sectors create collective impact for durable social and political change? How do we create solutions that Representative Romero and Senator Stefanik can get passed, right? To me, that's been the focus of my whole career, right? So I would encourage you to look at this model. And I would say that many of the durable changes you've been a part of and that you celebrate were strong in probably all of these areas, or at least most of them. Common agenda. Do we have an understanding of what the problem is? Do we know what success looks like? Shared measurement. Are we working together? Is there a process to work together, mutually reinforcing? Do we have open communication? And do we have a backbone organization or group or small group of organizations to drive a process of achieving consensus and the community and political support that is essential in water? So I'll just quickly tell you, we've had a little bit of progress in Arizona. We did achieve in 2021 with the Nature Conservancy, Arizona playing a big role, an exemption to the forfeiture on surface water, right? the use it or lose it law in Arizona for designated approved conservation projects. There's now an exemption to the forfeiture law, which is a really good thing. We've helped to get some additional funding for ADWR, which is massively underfunded and needs a lot more expertise. And you see here right at the top of the agenda, authorizing and funding locally driven rural groundwater management. 80% of the geography of Arizona, again, no management. It's actually about 40% of the Colorado River Basin's geography. So we have to think holistically if we're thinking about a healthy river, healthy ecosystems, and the future of communities. We know that actually New Mexico, of the 7 Colorado River Basin states, is the most groundwater dependent. About 2/3 of public and domestic water systems are based on groundwater wells. And in the face of climate change and the uncertainty and the less supply we're looking at, what do we need to do? And we know that historically, in a lot of places, groundwater management has been reactive, and it only starts to happen when wells go dry or there's contamination issues. How do we shift that thinking? How do we lean in and do more quickly is really a foundational question. And part of a comprehensive approach to more sustainable groundwater management, we believe, in both in Arizona and in New Mexico, it's really exciting to hear the great work that's already happening, is proactive groundwater basin management. We know many of you are experts in this field and can continue to teach me, but we know a lot about how groundwater works. It's an incredible form of natural infrastructure that collects water from many sources in a wide area in many cases. Rainwater, leakage from flowing streams, and deep percolation. How do we think about proactive management at scale to create more stable supplies for people and ecosystems? Well, we know some of the things that work. We know we have to start with community engagement and do the kind of things we've heard about from other presenters on this panel. We need data and accountability tools and a shared understanding of what resource we're managing. Managed recharge, again, just one of the resilience strategies within Mary Kelly's 10, something that we think needs to have a greater emphasis and has great potential in New Mexico. And part of it is stepping up to reducing demand across all sectors, including voluntary and incentives for strategic land repurposing to bring basins into balance. So I think many of you are already deeply involved in sharpening and answering these questions, but as we look at New Mexico, we think these are at least four questions in the subsection of groundwater and proactive groundwater management, defining what are the needs and what success looks like, and being able to engage in a way that is across sectors, that has a discipline to it, and an authenticity in terms of transparent information and doing the hard work of defining success and then going through it from a collective impact model. We think that's part of the solution for how you get to solutions that can be politically viable. And with that, I'm going to stop and say thanks for the opportunity and I look forward to be part of the dialogue.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you so much. You're absolutely right. It's fascinating to look at our neighbor state and see the parallels and the differences of what you're facing. And I really appreciated the process part as well, because without good process, collaboration, communication, discipline, authenticity, love those words, it's not going to happen. So thank you so much. We are at time for a break. You've all been really patient and it's been a long time without a break. So I am going to let you go. We're going to come back. I'm going to suggest we come back at 5 minutes to 11. I'm trying to catch up a bit. So come back 5 minutes early if you can. 5 minutes to 11, we will start our next panel. I want to point out the chat to you. Some really great comments, questions, answers from Connie Maxwell and Patrick McCarthy's latest post there. Thornburg Foundation and others will soon be issuing an RFP for grants to write federal grant proposals for water projects like those Ms. Kelly described, please email Patrick, and he's got his email there. So as I understand it, those are a grant to write a federal grant proposal. How desperately needed is that? Help writing the darn thing. So great, and check out all the messages in the chat. Okay, so have a good break. Again, do not press that red leave button, please. Just walk away, mute yourself, walk away, and we will see you in 10 minutes at 5 minutes to 11. Thank you all. Okay, one more minute to take a few deep breaths, grab that water, coffee, whatever. We'll start soon. Okay, I would like to call us back to order, please, and introduce our final panel of the morning. My time plan, I just want to be completely transparent about all this, is we're starting 5 minutes before the hour. 5 minutes after the hour, I hope to be at lunch. Hope that you can all be released for lunch. And then we will come back at 1. So you'll be robbed of 5 minutes off of that lunch hour. Apologize for that. I'll try to make sure it's not more than that. So I appreciate efficiency in this panel as best you can do it. We'll see if we have time for questions, hopefully, but if not, the chat is really a good place to ask them and you'll get a lot of interesting responses. So this panel begins with Aaron Baylock, Superintendent of the Pecos Valley Artesian Conservancy District, followed by Carolyn Donnelly, Water Management and Operations Manager, Bureau of Reclamation, then Dave Nunnally, Acting Public Works Director and the Water Wastewater Operations Manager, City of Alamogordo, and Frank Scott, Pecos River Bureau Chief, Interstate Stream Commission. And this, the theme of this panel is adaptation strategies. And so that is going to be a wonderful lead into our breakout groups this afternoon. So Aaron, hope you're ready. We are ready to hear your wisdom and your experience. Great. Let's see, Aaron, I see you're unmuted. Whoops, but I don't hear you. Let me see. Is there a way to help you out here? Sophia, are you available?
I'm here. And so on our end, you are unmuted. It may be something on your end in terms of, oh, here comes Emma Kelly to the rescue. She's saying you might need to go to your device settings and toggle between your microphones. Are those instructions clear for you?
In Zoom, she says.
In Zoom. So on the bottom, Aaron, on the bar at the bottom of your Zoom screen, in the far looker's left, there's a microphone icon that says mute. And if you click on the little caret to your right, you're able to change your microphones. I think Aaron may have logged off.
Aha, so he may come back.
No, he's here.
He's here. Oh.
But I cannot see him. Okay. Hi, Aaron. Welcome back.
I see connecting to audio. That looks like a good sign, Aaron. Sophia, I wonder if you could work with Aaron offline or, whoa, there, Aaron. Can we hear you, Aaron?
Okay, Erin, you're currently muted. I'm curious what happens when you unmute yourself.
That's turning off the video.
I will try to troubleshoot with Erin offline if the next presenter wants to go.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Thank you, Sophia. So you guys can handle it maybe in the chat. So Carolyn, thank you. I see you're bright and ready to go. Thanks so much.
I hope so. I'm going to try to share my screen.
Okay. Seems to be a challenging day for the dialogue in terms of technology. Good work. Good
Is
work.
that working? Okay.
Yep.
Great. And I'll go to full screen.
Sure.
Hopefully. Okay. Okay, great. So I'm Carolyn Donnelly. I work for the Bureau of Reclamation, and we manage reservoirs from southern Colorado to southern New Mexico on the Rio Grande, the Rio Chama, the Rio Navajo, the Pecos River. So I was asked to talk about some of the constraints on the reservoir system. There's a lot of good ideas out there, and we in the agencies may have thought about them, but there are reasons why we can't just make a change tomorrow. So that's what I've been asked to talk about. And water operations, what we do are governed by, well, there's a little map of our projects. So I'm going to talk more about the Rio Chama and Elephant Butte and also the Pecos. Water operations are governed by primarily the congressional authorization that was what allowed us to spend money on this project. So what did Congress tell us to do when they allowed us to spend public money to build this dam? And also in New Mexico, a lot of times the state engineer may issue a permit that sets a volume limit and probably specifies the purpose for the storage. Exactly what I have up above. Maybe it says it's for irrigation or municipal use or flood control or whatever it may be for. Let's see. So those are the two biggest constraints. But then floodwater is also, the other thing I want to talk about is one of the things we've run into is the reservoirs often have a primary purpose. For example, Elephant Butte is authorized for agricultural storage so that it's irrigation water. And there may be secondary benefits like recreation. Elephant Butte is very popular with recreators. But when the water is called for by the irrigators, we don't have a choice because that's the purpose of the project. We have to release it. We work hard to be able to mitigate that and to come up with things, but sometimes there are no alternatives to just releasing the water. Another complicating factor in how the system works in the middle Rio Grande is the trans-basin water. So I'm going to spend a little time talking about that. That's water that comes into New Mexico as part of its share of the Colorado River under the Colorado River Compact, the Upper Colorado River Compact. Specifically, it's diverted into Heron Reservoir, which is very close to the Rio Chama, but in a picture you'll see in a little bit, it's not actually on the Rio Chama. And it's right now, it only stores this trans-basin water. It does not store native water, Rio Grande Basin water, Rio Chama water. And a few years ago, I heard a proposal someone made about ways to reduce evaporation losses. They said, well, instead of storing this water in Elephant Butte, which is down near Truth or Consequences, New Mexico, why don't we store it upstream where temperatures are cooler and there'll be less evaporation? And well, that sounds like a good idea on the surface. But Elephant Butte stores about 2 million acre feet if it's full. And if you add up, so on the Rio Chama, there's Heron Reservoir that's again not quite on the Rio Chama. Then there's Alvaro, and then there's Abiquiu. And then downstream on the Rio Grande, there's Cochiti. So if you add up the capacity of all those reservoirs, it's still a little bit less than Elephant Butte. So we haven't got to that capacity. But as I said, we have to remove Heron, because here's the picture. So this is Heron Dam, and this is the Rio Chama flowing past it, and that's where water's released from Heron. So it's not actually on Heron, so that water can't be captured by Heron. So we have to take Heron out of the picture. And then the other thing is just flow on the Rio Chama versus the main stem. So in a very good year, the Rio Chama may get runoff of maybe 350,000 acre feet, which is pretty good, but it may be as low as 100,000 acre feet. And depending on conditions, on whether El Vado's under, well, right now it's under some restrictions as we're preparing to do construction, but there could also be restrictions on storage in El Vado under the Rio Grande Compact, and then that would not allow storage of the native water. But if there weren't any of those restrictions, El Vado could store about 180,000 acre feet for irrigation in the middle Rio Grande Valley. Then the final reservoir on the Rio Chama is there, right? That was El Vado. Sorry, I skipped that one. Well, there's the nice picture. The final reservoir is Abiquiu, and that stores right now only San Juan Chama, the Trans-Basin water. And when it's full, it can store about 180,000 acre feet of that kind of water. And it can store additional water. Actually, the physical capacity is much higher. It's allowed to store about 480,000 acre feet of flood water. And then it actually has more capacity, but again, the authorizations don't allow more storage. And with floodwater, there's very specific definitions of what is considered floodwater and how long it can be retained and how it must be released. So what we've gotten to there is that under very specific conditions, about 180,000 acre feet could be stored in El Vado on the Rio Chama that could have been stored in Elephant Butte. So let's move to the main stem Rio Grande. And so we have Cochiti Reservoir. Well, water supply is not an authorized purpose of this dam. What you see, the water you see there is all the Trans-Basin San Juan Chama water, and it's a recreation pool. Cochiti's primary purpose is flood control. And so there's flood storage allowed up to about 450,000 acre feet. So that does not get us up to what we could store in Elephant Butte. And many of these things could be changed, but they're difficult, and they're not impossible, but they're difficult. But another consideration is that the irrigation districts in the lower Rio Grande, so the Elephant Butte water is stored for them. They would have to agree to this. And it would be an impractical place to store water for them unless it's only in the winter and then it's released in the spring, because it's at least 7 days when it's up in Abiquiu or El Vado, it would be at least 7 days from Elephant Butte. And so making an order for irrigation would be difficult. Let's see, let me move on to, and the compact. Many of you are probably aware that there's litigation right now between Texas and New Mexico under the Rio Grande Compact. So overcoming obstacles and trust between the states and would be another challenge. And again, none of these are impossible, but they are difficult. And another proposal that I've heard is on the Pecos River. Its maximum irrigation storage is about 40,000 acre feet. It's much larger, and it does have a large flood control space. It can store up to about 380,000 acre feet of flood storage. And because of some rains last year where water flowed into Brantley, because of storms between Sumner, which is the next upstream dam, and Brantley, the reservoir was already close to full, and so that water had to be released because it exceeded the storage limit. And so there's also the permit with the state engineer limits total storage in there are 4 reservoirs that serve the Carlsbad Irrigation District. And it limits total storage for them. So there was a proposal, or there still is a proposal out there to store more in Brantley if they don't exceed the limit of all 4 reservoirs. And it's a very practical proposal. I think it's a great idea. However, Brantley is a relatively new dam in terms of what we think of. So it was constructed in the 1980s, and congressional testimony points out that Texas, so there's a compact between Texas and New Mexico on the Pecos River. They had great concerns that New Mexico was going to try to store more water in Brantley. And so much of the congressional testimony during the authorization process pointed the folks from New Mexico firmly stated they were not going to exceed 40,000 acre feet of storage. There's also a 1984 resolution by the Pecos River Compact Commission that says that New Mexico has no intention of seeking now or in the future the use of any storage capacity in excess of 42,000 acre feet that may exist in Brantley Reservoir for any purpose other than flood control. And finally, there's also a 2000 decree, which in part determined and adjudicated water rights to surface and groundwater on the Pecos. And that states that Brantley's associated water right is 40,000 acre feet. And so while it's a very practical idea, there's a lot of stuff that may make it difficult. And so again, my main point is just that while these things are not impossible, they're difficult. And so understanding the things that we are working under before you try to change them is probably helpful for all of us. And yep, that was my last slide.
Excellent, Carolyn. Thank you so much. I love that. Difficult, but not impossible. That's exactly what we need to cling to. Yeah, really appreciate it. So Aaron, I understand you're back in business and we'd love to hear from you.
Well, if you can't hear me this time, I quit.
No, don't quit. I hear you loud and clear. Thanks.
Okay, I don't have a presentation prepared. I just wanted to visit a little bit about what we're doing here and how things are looking and how we're trying to brace for what the future may hold. So where to begin? I guess it's probably worth noting something that we all take for granted over here that a lot of people may not be aware of, and that is the settlement agreement. In order for New Mexico to meet its obligations to Texas, and I'm grossly trying to summarize here just to give you context of what we're doing. New Mexico agreed to augment the flow of the river by ISC creating some well fields and pumping water into the river and or Brantley in order to meet those shortfalls should we underdeliver to Texas. That was the big hammer in that equation. Depending on who you talk to and when you talk to them, determines the answer you'll get on whether or not it was successful. The settlement agreement, I think, has been extraordinarily successful in helping New Mexico reach meet its obligations to Texas and can account for the large credit that we have now. One of the shortfalls of it was overestimating the transmissivity of the well fields and the ability to pump when the aquifer is strained, which kind of leads to the heart of the problem that we face here in the district. We have about 110,000 irrigated acres, primarily from groundwater sources, the Roswell Artesia aquifer. Incredibly dynamic and resourceful, resilient aquifer. I would match its merits to most anywhere. The problem we have, one of the problems we face is most of the groundwater diversions are junior in priority date to those senior surface water diversions, which are downstream in Carlsbad. And so hence the settlement agreement, the well field pumps for the benefit of the CID producers when we don't have enough surface water in storage. But when we don't have enough surface water in storage, it's a result of dry periods. Unfortunately, that also strains the aquifer and limits the ability of those well fields to be as productive as we would all like to see them be. Long story short, we simply can't pump all the water that could be needed during extreme drought. And so that puts us in the situation of potentially facing a priority administration, which last year Carlsbad Irrigation District called for administration by priority. Nobody knows what a priority call would look like within the district. Simplest terms, the junior users would have to reduce their depletions or stop their depletions and diversions until senior reached their full allocation. Given the time lag between groundwater and surface water, it creates a pretty complicated equation. And furthermore, the economic impacts would be mind-blowing. And so the PVACD has been scratching its collective heads here as to what can be done to prevent that priority administration scenario. And this is the part I think bears a little more explanation, because I think there's a perception that the PVACD somehow doesn't have an affinity for priority administration, and I think that's incorrect. I think priority administration is the stick that motivates people to take drastic action to remedy a shortfall scenario. I think it's a critical component. Without it, you end up with placating solutions that don't result in any wet water. So the biggest thing that the district has done in a very conservative part of the state, we did something that was wildly popular, and that is we raised our mill levy. And so with the resources generated from that, we have dedicated that towards call it a water bank. I've kind of started shying away from that because everybody has a definition in their head, and I don't think this really fits that definition of a water bank. So we're now calling it a water conservation program. And we have been acquiring water rights both within the PVACD and within the CID. So the PVACD since 2014 has spent upwards of $19 million acquiring water rights. And the entirety of the purpose of that is on the upstream side of that equation, we're at very least theoretically affecting the supply side of the equation. And on the downstream purchases, this allows us to affect the demand side of the equation. I'm very dissatisfied with our ability to be nimble with what we do with that acquired water right. And it is my greatest desire to see us come up with a strategy that has the necessary blessings from those who sit on high, so that we can be more agile and be able to more quickly react to times of
Uh-oh, Aaron, you slipped into mute land. I'm not sure. Oh, just when it was getting good. I loved it. Oh gosh.
Aaron, let us know how we can help.
Okay. Whatever you did before, can you do it again? Sophia, was the answer before in the mute icon in the lower left?
The answer before came from someone in Aaron's office with his computer.
So maybe he's run to get that person. We will wait a couple of minutes and hopefully he will get help. If not, Dave Nunnally, can you be ready? It's kind of like baseball or something. Can you get in the dugout, Dave Nunnally, and be ready to go up to the plate? And we'll come back and let Aaron finish. Okay, I think, Sophia, if you can carry on in chat with Aaron, I think we will, oh, here he comes. Aaron's coming back. Maybe he's on the phone. That would be another option, wouldn't it? Aaron, are you back with us? Hello, Aaron? I see the 575 number. I wonder if that's him. 575-760-1273.
That's not Aaron. Aaron, it looks like you're connecting to audio. Can you give us a thumbs up if you're on our way, or should we proceed to another presentation?
I think we should proceed. Dave Nunnally, are you with us? Are you ready? Dave Nunnally, are you muted? I can't, I don't see you on the screen or hear you.
Dave is not here.
Okay. Frank Scott, in the dugout. You're up.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
All right,
yes.
I'm gonna,
Thanks so much. What a pinch hitter you are. Thank you.
and I'm gonna share my screen.
Great.
Are y'all seeing the screen with the next slide as well, or?
No, we're not seeing any share at all. Did you hit the share button in the bottom of your screen when you pulled your own document up? Then it says share it down in the corner. There you go. Something's happening.
All right.
Yes, great. And if you could do like full screen, great. Now we see slide 1 and the next slide, which we're not going to complain about. You're doing great. There you go. That's going to do it, I think. We're seeing your cursor move around there.
Yep, I'll do it one more time.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know why. Huh.
All right, well, I did send these to Jeffrey, so if he's
Okay, Jeffrey, are you there? And Frank, why don't you just start? And if Jeffrey can come in, he'll help you out. If not, this is good. We can see it.
okay. Yeah, for brevity, let's just keep on moving then. So my name is Frank Scott. I'm the Pecos River Bureau Chief with the ISC. I have been with the OSC ISC since about 2006. My true background is actually on water rights. I've only been with the ISC since March of last year, so I'm a little bit new to to that agency. With the OSC, I was a water master for the majority of the time I was there. So this topic is one of my favorite topics. I love shortage sharing. I love alternative administration, and I've had to deal with it a fair amount in my career. So if you'll spare me a moment, this goes back to one of the things Mr. Hammond was talking about yesterday. He touched on it just briefly, but when I first started working in northern New Mexico, I was up on a ditch and it was dry year, and I was talking to one of the Parciantes, and I had just been learning about AWARM rules and regs and kind of the different ways that we deal with droughts. And I remember stepping back, and I got a little glaze in my eyes, and I pointed to the sky, and I was like, we've got this thing called shortage sharing, kind of like it was on a marquee. Like, this is such an impressive thing that we've got in our toolbox. And he asked me what it was. I started describing it, and the Parciante was like, you mean reparto? We've been doing that since 1600. That is the culture of the acequias. And that kind of took me aback a little bit. Once again, what's old is new. And part of with the AWARM rules and the shortage sharing and alternative administration rules was to bring in that history of what has been going on for years, decades, hundreds of years, with the acequias and with farmers throughout and irrigators throughout the state. So basically, and I don't know if Jeffrey made it there. So shortage sharing agreements are, it's one way of extending limited supplies during a drought. And those agreements tend to be amongst various groups. Some are junior, some are senior. It can be farmers, it can be municipalities, it can be pueblos and tribes. And the idea is to kind of get people to work together and solve low water availability problems. And one of the neat things about it is it doesn't have to be in an area that has an adjudication. That often can be a limit to other types of administration, because if you aren't adjudicated, you don't have the priority date yet. So it's difficult sometimes to administer water rights in that way. And this is kind of a way around it. And with shortage sharing, it's actually kind of it's the correct term, but it's more the common term. The shortage sharing actually falls under alternative administration in the OSC rules and regs. And alternative administration includes shortage sharing, but it doesn't limit what is done to just straight shortage sharing. And that's important because with some of the examples I'll show in a few minutes, the great thing about alternative administration and shortage sharing is it fits well as an adaptation strategy for low flow times, whether it's a smaller group or a larger group. And so one of my first examples, and I worked on this, and the guys and girls at District 6 of the Water Rights Division have committed a huge amount of time to the Lower Chama shortage sharing, and they've put some great work up in there. But over the past couple of years, the Chama River, as most people know, has been flowing at historic lows. The native flows coming out of Colorado have been extremely low, and flows coming from the San Juan Chama project have been low. But the RCAA is allowed to take native flow, and that's been an extremely dire situation over the years. So members of the Rio Chama Acequia Association worked with the OSC and the ISC, and they came up with a shortage sharing and rotation schedule. And this was the idea was to try and inhibit a priority call and also get wet water to as many people as possible. And so they worked for years to come up with this, and based on a certain flow up at the La Puente gauge, they restrict water users to a certain amount. And then they're also on a rotation schedule where certain ditches can take more water. Now, the ditches in the Lower Chama are, I believe, the oldest ditches in the state. Their priority dates go back to 1600. So at the very bottom of the Rio Chama Acequia Association, those ditches have a priority date of 1600, And then going up all the way up the Chama, all the way up to the upper Chama, those priority dates even go up straight up to 1907. And there's even some post 1907 ditches up there. So it was a real big lift to try and get all that rotation in there, but also to satisfy so many groups, but also to satisfy so many groups that have such different priority dates. You know, it's one thing for one group to be like, okay, well, we have a 1600 priority date and the ditch upstream has a 1650 priority date. But to share when one has a 1600 and one has a 1906 priority date, that takes a lot of collaboration and a lot of discussion amongst people. And I think for the most part, it has worked out extremely well. It's still in process. The Water Rights Division, they are doing a great job on that and staying on top of it. And the RCAA and the Sequia Norteños have really worked well to try and make that work. But it hasn't been perfect. You know, it has staved off, from what I understand, a priority call, but it doesn't solve everything. There was a time in 2020 where there was just so little water that they still had to shut off. Like shortage sharing, you still need some water to share. And so it did spread out the pain and it did keep fields wet as much as possible. But even when, you know, even with the best laid plans out there, when there's no water, there's still just no water. The next example I have is the settlement agreement with Aaron was touching on. The settlement agreement is really, it's alternative administration. That's what it is. And the objectives, and once again, Aaron touched on this, was compliance with the amended decree, increase and have a more stable water supply for CID, reduce the likelihood of a priority call, and decrease overall consumptive use and improve the balance in the basin. So basically, the way that this alternative administration has worked is the ISC has purchased a large amount of acres in the Carlsbad Irrigation District, and those acreages under general circumstances are available for state line deliveries. And they also purchased about 7,000 acres in the RAB and transferred that into well fields for augmentation for state line deliveries as necessary. But also those wells are used to increase supply for CID when state line deliveries aren't required and when CID supply is low. So it's taking that water and using it in kind of a best fit at that moment for when supplies are low. And you can see here, this is the delivery and the schedule on how it's delivered. And this is kind of the sharing aspect of it and the alternative use of it. And it's based on our cumulative compact credit. If it's below 50,000 acre feet, all the water, all those water rights that were purchased by the ISC are used by the CID up until the project supply exceeds 50,000 acre feet. And then it's required to go to the state line. So we're sharing those water rights. And then in the situation we are now, where we have over 115,000 acre feet, CID can use all of those water rights that the ISC has purchased up to their maximum allotment. So because right now the ISC doesn't necessarily need those water rights for compact compliance, that water is going to benefit CID, who actually in the past few years, the past year has needed it because the supply has been so low. So it's really worked out. And the way that this example is, I think, really pertinent is this is a big group. The settlement parties are PVACD, CID, ISC, BOR. They're all involved to try and get this to work. And instead of it being on a micro level, like one ditch above the other, this is a system that has taken part in alternative administration and shortage sharing. So it shows that they both work. This is a strategy that can work on a small level and it can work on a big level. Now, once again, it's not perfect. We did have a priority call, as Aaron mentioned last year. The water situation was quite dire, and CID still did put in a call for priority. But once again, more water was made available to CID through this that wouldn't have been available. That being said, the conditions were just so bad. Just like on the Chama, the shortage sharing is a great idea and it was working great, but when the water situation is that dire, it can't work alone to succeed. So, what does it take for shortage sharing to get out there? A lot of this is planning. I'm sorry if y'all are seeing my emails pop up. Thank you, Dan.
No, we're not. Don't worry, we're not.
Okay, excellent. So what are the problems with shortage sharing? It's one thing for two neighboring ditches to meet at the community center and hammer this out. It's another thing to get an entire basin and the stakeholders in a basin together to hammer this out. And you need to get ahead of this. And as it says there, hot and difficult climate conditions lead to hot and difficult conversations. This is not something you want to have to start discussing when water availability is low. Tempers are high, and it's hard for people, any group, to sometimes think clearly when their livelihood is really on the line. And so it's best if you can get ahead of this stuff and start discussing it early. It's also time consuming and it's data driven. And this goes once again about getting ahead of this. The Water Rights Division, and I'll name drop even on this, Brian Gallegos, over the past 15 years has worked extremely hard to get as many points of diversion measured as possible. And that's part of it. You can't really do shortage sharing and alternative administration if you don't have accurate data. And that's a hurdle as well, because everybody wants their neighbor's ditch to be measured. Nobody wants their ditch to be measured. Everybody wants someone else's well to be measured. They don't necessarily want their well to be measured. And so it takes a lot of outreach on that and communication with stakeholders and just real honest, forthright conversations. One thing that I think moving forward would be good is that you don't see so much with shortage sharing is because it fits so many different groups, because it can fit on a micro level all the way up to a regional level. There's not really great guidance documents on it. And that's a good and a bad. You can, if up here at the top, the first slide where it defines alternative administration, it actually is very open-ended, and it leaves space for creative minds and creative thought and creative solutions to kind of to work this into something as a tool for times of low flow. Something else that can be done, and this might require additional funding from a legislative body or something like that, is to incentivize shortage sharing agreements. It would be great if, when you have a very senior water right owner, sometimes it makes it easier for them to put away that kind of hammer that a priority call is, if there is maybe funds for capital outlay involved in that to increase conveyance efficiencies and things like that. So it requires, sometimes it requires additional incentives to bring people to the table, because it's up on the Rio Chama, there's, even when shortage sharing was working, there were people who were like, let's call priority. We've got this tool, let's do it. And sometimes some incentives elsewhere with that help maintain a ditch or increase furthering its efficiency, sometimes that can go a long way. But the big thing, I think one of the biggest things though is this is only one tool that we've got. I enjoy the concepts behind shortage sharing and alternative administration. It really digs down to the heart of irrigation, I think, in New Mexico and just farmers throughout the nation. I would hope they get together in times when resources are scarce and they come up with a solution That being said, there are things that sure would make it a lot easier. Increase reservoir storage in certain places. I know that's in discussion in the northern Rio Grande, and that's also obviously being talked about on the Pecos as well. Increasing water supply through use of produced water, if that's viable. You know, there are other things that make shortage sharing and alternative administration work better. So when you're looking at this stuff moving forward, when we're planning for this, because it's going to be more helpful as the climate gets drier and water resources get more scarce, but it works best in conjunction with lots of other things. So that's pretty much it. I do have one last slide. This is actually from the Nambe Powake Tasuke rule district specific rules. It's the closest thing that I've seen that's kind of a framework on a shortage sharing agreement or voluntary alternative administration agreement. And, you know, it'd be a good thing to build on, but just if anyone's interested in out there on that, the MPT DSRs and the AWORM rules and regs, framework rules and regs are really where this comes from, and kind of starts the conversation and starts giving you an idea about how to get a program like this started. So yeah, that, I hope I didn't go too fast. I know people are hungry, so
thank you, Frank. Thanks so much. That last slide there, is there a can you put something in the chat about how people can read that?
I'll put the link to the one source.
Put a link. That's what I'm saying, a link, right? And speaking of my language, I've been corrected by Ralph that it's on deck hitters circle, not the dugout. So thank you, Frank, for being in the on deck hitters circle, or as Mike Johnson suggests, the bullpen. So I'm always happy to be corrected. Thanks
very much.
Yeah.
All right, and I'll if Aaron's ready, I can answer these questions in the chat while he's talking, if that works.
That's great. That's great. Let me check in with him. We've not been able to reach him on chat. Aaron, I know you're on the phone. Can we hear you? Are you there?
That remains to be seen. Can I be heard?
You're very well heard. Very well heard.
Okay.
How
well,
about
I abandoned the other system there, so.
Okay, very good.
New computer system, so that it makes really fast mistakes.
Looking good, sounding good.
I was just about done with what I had to say, so I won't continue to beat the dead horse much, but I was getting to the point to highlight the frustration, and that's where this term conservation program and it has mutated from a water bank title. But what I would like to see, and has kind of been our ambition, is to allow us some mechanism to react to when we notice. We keep a very close eye on our aquifer levels. We're in the process right now of automating those, where instead of checking those 3 times a month, we'll be literally checking them every day with an automated system. We can tell you what the condition of the aquifer is. Wow. I would like that to translate to actions on the ground. And theoretically, the way that would work, at least the way it works in my mind, is that the district acquires some more water rights that aren't permanently, that's kind of the perception now. When we acquire water rights, nobody's really sure when they'll be used, under what conditions we would use them. We're using some of those at the ISC well fields right now, but allow us to use those when it's appropriate, and then to pull them from production when there's a need to do so, giving us some sort of short-term abilities to react to conditions as they change. Everything we're doing right now, we're trying to witch out what the future holds and plan a long-term solution that doesn't allow for any short-term reactions. So those are the things that we've been thinking about and working on. With any luck, we'll be able to get something before the Interstate Stream Commission that would fall into that vein of a water bank. And we've had some good discussions and some really good ideas, but for now, those are just concepts and we don't have anything hammered out. So with that, I'd love to answer any questions and render clear that which was blindingly evident.
That's terrific. Thank you, Aaron, so much. Glad to have you back with us in good form. And Dave Nunnally is our fourth speaker, but he is not here. So things happen, and we now have, let's say, 15 minutes for questions, and we'll adjourn for lunch on time. I'm going to take a look at the chat. Here's one for Frank. From Paul Tashin. Do you think the state engineer's office is adequately staffed to enact AWRM and develop shortage sharing agreements? So Frank, are you still with us?
I don't hear Frank, but I'd love to take a stab at that.
Okay, go for it. Go for it.
With a definitive and
Yeah.
resounding no, he's not.
Okay.
That is one of the problems that we have really struggled with down here is everybody likes to throw rocks at the state engineer, us included. But I don't fault a staff that is understaffed for getting covered up with the workload. And the Roswell office is probably, if not it's one of the busiest in the state. And they've got a tremendous backlog, and that's simply a function of not having the personnel. So that's a real problem.
Right.
And for those that are texting me questions, I see them flash up, but I can't interact with those on the phone here. So if I'm not sure how to address that, but
yeah, that's okay. I will, if they are in the chat, I will get, I think we have time to get to them. So don't worry about that, Aaron.
Awesome.
Let me take David Grunfeld's. Could shortage sharing agreements go beyond the ag sector to include environmental water without the need for legal requirements? Or does willingness to share water end at the irrigation boundaries? Good one.
I think
so. Frank, yeah,
so,
Frank, great.
To Paul, I second Aaron, and Hannah responded in the chat as well. We always think that the OSC could use more support and it's a huge lift to administer water rights in the state, especially as it gets drier, and they need all the support they can get, and they need more support all the time. And then for Bob's question, I don't think it is. I don't think it is just for ag water. If you look at the rules and regs, it doesn't prioritize which beneficial use shortage sharing could be used for. It's primarily if is it contrary to public welfare or contrary to beneficial use within the various areas that shortage sharing probably is taking place. I highly doubt they would prioritize one over the other. I've never seen the state engineer do that. We've often, for better or for worse, we've seen this throughout the state where one group who uses their water one way thinks their use is more beneficial than someone else's use. And the state engineer, I don't believe, takes that viewpoint. And I apologize to my state engineer colleagues for speaking for them on that, but that's my experience.
Great. So that's an answer really both to Dave Grunfeld and Bob Wesley, questions about prioritizing uses in a shortage sharing agreement, et cetera. So that's great. Let's see. This is from Grace Haggerty. Can the strategic water reserve be used for that, or at least be used as a model for that, quote, water bank? I think that Aaron was talking about. Frank, do you understand that?
There. I think I'm unmuted. Sure. Again, that gets into the complexity of groundwater versus surface water and how we store water. I'll say this. This artesian aquifer is a tremendously underutilized resource as far as a place to store water. And I'll speak to Brantley real quick. Brantley Reservoir is quite possibly the worst place on the planet to try and keep water. It's hot. There's a ton of surface area. It's shallow, so that accounts for the surface area. You end up with a lot of evaporation and it leaks out the bottom. So it's a bad place to store water. We don't have a mechanism in place, but ideally we would take that water somewhere north of the PVACD and put it into our aquifer and let it move through the aquifer to the south and emerge at the head gate of CID, and we would see a tremendous increase in our efficiency. But back to the question, yes, if we were able to include this water banking concept and moving some of that water and storing it under a strategic water reserve, it's just a function of hammering out the details.
Great, thanks, Aaron. Another one for you, Aaron, quickie from Eileen Dodds. Are you an adjudicated basin?
We are.
Okay.
We're something like 99% adjudicated. So yes.
Great, great. Norm put a link to a good article today published in Searchlight, if anyone wants to look at that. And Daleen Hodnet to Aaron, what are the drawbacks of voluntary fallowing of agricultural land?
That's a great question. And so I think it's important for everybody to maybe view water in a little different light as it pertains to this. When you're talking about fallowing land, let's assume that I'm going to approach you and say, I would like you to use less money next year. I want to reduce the amount of money that you make annually. There's not a good scenario where you're willing to say, sure, cut my income by 10, 20, 50%. And when you're talking about people engaged in agriculture, and I hate to be so callous, but I'm not real sympathetic towards what we refer to as the gentleman farmer who doesn't rely on that as a source of income. But there are more people than I think most people recognize or realize that are dependent upon that land and the water for their livelihood. And so when we start talking about, well, what can we do to get you to fallow land? You're asking me to take a cut and pay. And so that's where we need to come up with something. And that's back to the concept with the water banking, where there's affordable water available, but we're not cutting into their primary income stream when we do need to make reductions, if that makes sense.
Great. Yes, that certainly makes sense. Let's see, from Nelia, she had a question for Carolyn, who ended up answering it. So I'll just read there. Nelia says, I wonder if anyone else has ideas about this. Seemed to me that Carolyn was suggesting that in order to shift water storage to northern reservoirs, there needed to be adequate capacity to hold all of the water that can be accommodated in Elephant Butte. Not sure why this would be necessary, but there may be a good reason that I'm not understanding. Interesting. I wondered the same thing. And Carolyn answered, no, there is not a need to store all the water. I was listing that as one of the constraints, in addition to the others, such as type of water and storage for other entities or uses. Great. Carolyn, did you want to jump on here and explain more about that since you're here? Carolyn, are you still with us? On mute. Okay, let me go to Bob Wesley, who had previously answered a question that I don't think I interpreted correctly to you. So I think this is for Frank and or Aaron. Who gets the water when there is not enough for all three? PNP writes, ESA biological opinion and interstate compact obligations.
I think that I think that's towards the shortage sharing aspect of it, or alternative administration aspect of it. And that's one of the things about these agreements is they're agreements that are made amongst the parties, just like in the with the settlement agreement on the Pecos, there are triggers and rules on how it'll be done and who gets it when and who gets it first. That was determined through I wasn't there, but I'm sure very arduous conversations, and that I assume would take place no matter where. In the Nambe-Pawaki-Tesuque area, the Pueblo of Tesuque and the upstream users on the Rio Tesuque came up with agreement before the DSRs were even created, and that was brought into the DSRs, and that decision was made amongst the two groups, and the state engineer looked at it, and it wasn't going to impair water rights of other users, or it wasn't contrary to beneficial use, and it fit the other criteria, and so they approved it. So I think I know everyone knows this answer, it depends. So it surely is open to negotiation, and the groups involved will have to come up with that priority. But I'm not sure if it leaves the realm of those type of agreements.
Great, thanks, Frank.
And DSRs are district specific regulations or district specific rules, actually. Yeah.
District specific rules. Great. Let's see, we've got Wade. From a farmer point of view, sometimes a monetary compensation for fallowing can be a tool and an advantage, but the key would be voluntary basis. Good point, Wade. Yeah, thoughts, Frank? Aaron, anybody?
Couldn't agree more.
So that's just what you were talking about, Aaron, that it means a cut in pay, and if you can do a little compensating, someone understands the need to fallow and is sympathetic to that, it might work. Yeah. So Bob Wesley's clarifying again, sorry. Who gets the water? He had those three competing needs, P&P, ESA, Interstate Compact. Who gets the water when there is no agreement? Just how? Oh, yeah.
I guess that goes back to the administration of water rights outside of alternative administration, which would be done by, in times of scarcity, it would possibly fall to strict priority administration. And that's very difficult. You have to know priority dates, and in unadjudicated areas, what do you do on that? So that would be my answer to that. In isolation, I think it falls back to strict New Mexico water administration, which is priority administration.
So, hey, Lucy or Frank,
yeah, Ralph,
add something there. If you're talking, I'm not sure if I followed specifically, but if you're talking specifically within the Middle Rio Grande, the prior and paramount lands operations and others, I would tell you that type of priority is happening today. I mean, it's happened for a number of years, and the prior and paramount lands of the 6 Middle Rio Grande Pueblos are served first. And that happens through BIA, Bureau of Reclamation, and the Middle Rio Grande Conservancy District. Also, the compact states look at it, but it's happening today, and it's happened for years. And in fact, they get their first amount of water, and then after that, it's MRGCD. And now, of course, MRGCD operates in parity there for shortage afterwards. But for a number of times this last year and a number of years in the past few years, the only party that has been receiving water for diversion are the 6 Middle Rio Grande Pueblos at times for their prior and paramount lands. Then, so Frank, you haven't been involved in that, but I just thought I'd weigh in there because it's.
Thank you.
There's not a question, it happens. It is what it is.
Yeah, thank you, Rolf. Thank you. And Grace weighed in as well, that this has been the question for a while. Often we borrow from one pot to assist another need. MRGCD has reduced their diversions for many years, it has been about working among the federal, state, and irrigation districts. Yeah. And Norm says Rio Grande compact deliveries through the middle Rio Grande have the lowest priority. Interesting. Interesting.
No, I wouldn't
Oh,
agree with that either,
Yeah.
but that's it's a deeper discussion.
That is a deeper one. I understand that. That may have to happen in the chat. Okay, I'm going to take this last one from Casey, and then we're going to break for lunch. So MRGCD is continuing to grow our voluntary leasing program to manage demand in the Middle Valley to support the full-time farmer, minnow, and compact obligations. Awesome, I say. That's great. Good. Thank you. Thank you. And Sophia, hello. What about urban areas like Albuquerque that are basically delivering water to such projects as Mesa del Sol and Santa Lina? Who regulates that? Okay, let's take that one. If anybody's got an answer for that or some thought on that, and then we're going to go to lunch.
I can.
Okay.
Well, if I understood that one, that's water supply for Santolina and others. You know,
Right,
that
Mesa del
is-
Sol and Santa Lina.
Yeah, that's water supply served by the Albuquerque Bernalillo County Water Utility Authority under their existing permits. And as long as they're operating in compliance with those permits, right, and there's water available for them within their service area, I think that's basically up to that permitted party to make those decisions.
And the permit comes from the state engineer's office.
Yeah, that's correct. And there's more than one.
Good. We've opened up some big topics here. I'm going to let you go have a good lunch. Again, I beg of you, do not leave the meeting. Just mute yourself, turn off your video if you want, and walk away. If you leave the meeting, your spot in the breakout group that Sophia has been working so hard to make happen these last couple of hours, you will get dumped out of the breakout room and she will have to put you back in. And it's a real mess. So please do not leave the meeting. You certainly we want you to get up and leave and do something else, but do not actually leave the meeting. Okay, wonderful. I will see you back at 1 o'clock sharp. Have a very good lunch break and look forward to the breakout groups after lunch. It's going to be really wonderful. And I can't wait to hear all of you begin to share your experiences, thoughts, hopes, fears, etc.
Thank you.
Okay, see you. Thanks.
Nice job, Lucy.
Wow, you never know. What a chaotic day. Let's see. So everybody is able to hear us.
Yeah, would you like me to, I can call you on the phone or we can create a breakout room to talk?
Why don't you just call on the phone? I will mute myself. Okay, welcome everybody. One more minute and we will begin. This is day 2 of the New Mexico Water Dialogue, 88th. Oh, can you imagine us at our 88th meeting? This is the 28th meeting of the New Mexico Water Dialogue. Happy to have you all back after lunch. We're now going to move into our breakout sessions with an introduction from Eileen. Eileen, are you with us? Yep, I see you on the screen.
I am here.
Yes. Good. Yeah, we don't see you, Eileen. Do you want to try turning on your video? I know your connection isn't all that great.
No, I'm going to leave it off. I'm all right.
Okay.
They don't need to see what I look like today.
No. Okay.
Okay, everyone, welcome back, as Lucy said, to our final segment of this 28th annual Water Dialogue Conference. The dialogue was founded on the principle that all voices deserve to be heard. And that means we need you and your ideas right now more than ever. It's up to all of us to figure out how to adapt to the climate changes we're now facing. And there is no one magic answer. So please bring all your questions, solutions, and ideas to the breakout group that you'll be joining this afternoon. Thanks again for joining us. And Lucy is now going to provide us details on how this is going to work. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Eileen. Eileen's the Secretary Treasurer of the Dialogue, has been in that position a very long time and does an awesome job. Thank you, Eileen. So now this is, we had some, I would say, technical glitches this morning, and I'm just trusting that they all happened this morning and there aren't going to be any this afternoon, because the opportunity for technical glitches with our 9 breakout groups and 108 participants is pretty big, but I think we're going to be good. I am going to share screen. If you registered in advance, you had a choice of breakout groups, breakout topics, we call them table talks, and you chose one, and you should end up, when we get put into our groups, in the one that you chose. Some of the groups we ended up putting together. You will see, you can see my screen, right? Yeah, okay. The number 8, for instance, cultural and traditional, those were separate, but there were so few that signed up for each that we put them together. And the same with economic and recreational. We did the same thing there, put them together. And then some groups were such that they were oversubscribed, and we made 2 groups. So we have 2 ecological and we have 2 ag. And then we have water quality, public water supply, hydrologic processes, cultural traditional, and economic recreational. Each group should have, no more, hopefully, than 17, 18 people. Each group, as you see, has a facilitator and a note taker. So those people will identify themselves in the beginning, and you will be in their very competent hands. The mission for these groups is to discuss and identify and discuss adaptation strategies. Our meeting yesterday dealt with the impacts of climate change. It was mighty sobering, and we got a lot of really important, valuable information. Today, we heard about resiliency and adaptation strategies. So let's build on those 2 days, talk about adaptation strategies for addressing climate change with respect to each of these topic areas, depending which room you're in. Now, if you didn't register ahead of time, didn't pick a breakout group, etc., we have done our best to put you in a place where you'll be happy. And I think, yesterday after our morning session, and we took that brief lunch break, and then we broke into totally random groups to talk about any kind of water issue you wanted to talk about. It was quite successful. People were really happy with that. So if you find yourself in a group that, whoop, well, this is a surprise, go for it. You will have something to contribute, and you'll certainly have something to learn. I think it will be a good experience. If you've got technical troubles, you can always come out of your room. You'll see there's a button down when you get in your room. There's an option to leave the room or leave the meeting. You can leave the meeting if you want, but that would be it. But if you want to leave your breakout room, you will then come back into this main room, and Sophia and I will be here. So we can, you know, if your internet gets dropped and all of a sudden you aren't in your room, just come back via Zoom, and we will be there, and we will put you back in your room. So we're there to make sure everybody's in a room is happy and stays there. So the breakout session will last about an hour and a half, around 2:45. You will, your note taker and facilitator will kind of summarize for you what your discussion has highlighted in terms of adaptation strategies, and prepare for the report out. The report out will be given either by the note taker or by the facilitator, and each will have, you know, each group will have maybe 3, maybe 4 minutes to report out. No length of time required at all. If the report is short and you talked about one adaptation strategy, that's totally fine. We really want this to be not a rigid format for you. The facilitator's there to make sure everyone gets a chance to speak, and that you're more or less on topic, but you know, what you want to focus on will be up to the group itself. There will be a break after the breakouts are over, and before the report out starts, so that the facilitator and the note taker can have a little bit of time to get their act together for the report out. After the report out, we can have a little discussion, some closing remarks, and congratulate ourselves on another awesome New Mexico Water Dialogue annual meeting, and thank you all for that. So if there are any questions before, I'm checking the chat, nothing, everything I've said has been pretty clear. Your facilitator and note taker are well prepared to deal with you, and I think answer all questions. I'm going to stop the share. Okay, and Sophia, anything from you before we send people into their rooms?
I don't think so. I think I just need to push this magic button. And certainly, as Lucy noted, if you have any questions, or if you feel like you've been put in a room by mistake and you possibly can't talk about the topic, let us know, and we'll redirect you to somewhere more appropriate. But
right, and Toner Mitchell, I see you just asked, how do you choose a breakout? Toner, so we will put you in, we will put you in one. If it's one you really don't belong in, you can come back to the big room and tell us.
It all works.
Let's see, let me just check the chat here, Sophia, before we is there a way for people to communicate their ideas and opinions directly to the ISC if they feel they haven't had the time to be fully heard here? From Kimberly. Wow, that's an excellent question. I'm not the person to answer that. I would ask Rolf, are you still on? Or anybody from
I'm on.
ISC?
Hi, Lucy, this is Andrew.
Yeah, Andrew, great. Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, hi. I'm Andrew, to the water planner manager over at the Interstate Stream Commission. And I'm not sure how the dialogue wants to capture information, but we certainly want to hear everyone. And I will put my email address over here in the chat, and people are welcome to follow up.
Great, thank you, Andrew. That's great. This whole meeting is being recorded and will be posted to YouTube for anybody to take advantage of and listen to. And Andrew's just offered to personally take comments.
Lucy, excuse me, this is Gloria Varela with the Interstate.
I'm sorry, speak up. I can't hear who's talking.
This is Gloria with the Interstate Stream Commission. I'm
Yes.
letting you know that Rolf is currently not available.
Oh, no problem. That's right. I think he told me. Thank you, Gloria. I appreciate that. But I know the ISC is well represented and much appreciated.
What did I do? I tried
Who
to.
was that? Kansi? Kansi, are you okay? Oh, yeah, okay. All right. All right, fasten your seatbelts. Sophia, go for it.
Okay. So you'll receive an invitation to go to a room, and you need to click on that invitation. And then you'll be magically whisked into a room. Oh yeah.
Great, working great.
Hi, I requested to be in agriculture and now I sent to ecological.
Okay, we will move
Sure.
you. Thank you.
Thank you.
7.
So did you catch, that was Benjamin, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
I'm working
Great.
on something else, and I'll just tend to that in just a moment.
Okay, so if those of you that are left here did not get an invitation to go to a group, it means you didn't sign up for one or we haven't put you in one yet. So if you will just be patient, we can do that.
I had the invitation for the economics and recreation, but I requested the ecology group.
Okay, Sophia,
It'll
can
be
you?
Yep, I'm responding to this in real time, so I'm just moving people around. So Emily's gone.
Great, so Tricia Snyder to ecological.
And I also, Rachel Coleman, got put in the wrong room.
Yeah, you put me in the water quality.
Okay, just a second, not too fast.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute, Antonio
Yes.
is a note taker. So Antonio, you need to go to which one?
Agricultural
was it?
B. You guys have me down for agricultural B.
Agriculture B.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Where are you right now?
They had me in water quality.
Okay, this is a bit of a cluster, so I'll work through this. Okay, so you need to go to agricultural 2. Yeah.
Yeah, or B is what I have. Okay.
Okay, you're on your way.
Thank you.
Martha Graham. Public waters.
It's number 6.
Let's see, Martha, where did you want to be?
Public water. Thank you. I'm going there.
Okay, great. Yeah, so this just, it takes a bit.
John Hawley didn't sign up for that recreation. I would like to be in the hydrologic processes.
Great.
Lucy, I ended up in the wrong room. This is John.
Yeah, John. Oh my God, you're the facilitator for.
That's okay. Connie's got me covered, but yeah, I'm supposed to be in econ and rec, and I ended up in the wrong room.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, it's all good. They were very nice folks. They would have kept me.
Where are you now? I'm getting requests from a lot of people to move around, so this is just taking a moment. Where do you need?
John,
where are
John
you?
Leeper.
Where
John
are you
Leeper
now?
he's in ecological too.
I'm in the main room.
He was put in Eco 2.
Hello, it's Antonio. I'm back. I was in the wrong agricultural group. I'm supposed to be with with Dustin Ward, the group 4.
Okay. Well, there's several people who need to be moved around, so it's just going to take
Okay.
a moment.
Yeah. That's fine. I was letting you know. Thank
Oh, I'm
you.
sorry, Sophia, let's put Antonio next though, because he's a note taker. So
Okay, so
I'm in group 4, agricultural B.
you're currently in agricultural B, or you need to go there.
That's where I need to go. Yeah, I got sent to 2 different rooms.
But tell me where you are right at this moment in terms.
Right now, I'm in the main room.
But where was your assignment?
So my original assignment was agricultural B group 4, but I got sent to the water quality, and then you just sent me to the other agricultural, but I need to go to the.
Oh, you need to go to agricultural 1. Copy.
Yeah, with Dustin Ward.
Yeah, there you go. Okay.
Okay,
so I need to move Emily. Thank you everyone for being patient.
Oh, you're doing great.
Emily is in hydro.
I need to go to 7.
If you could
And that's
write
it.
your request in the chat, that would make my life so much easier. Thank you.
I will do that right now.
Thanks, Emily. I just moved to you. Rachel, where are you? Rachel Coleman.
It was sent to ecological, but I should have been in one of the agricultural. I don't care which
Okay.
one.
Okay, thank you. To ag. Okay, you should be on your way. Martha has moved.
Oh,
And
Emily Worthen are you here? Emily
Emily-
Worthen is note taker for.
Emily Geary, I
cultural.
just moved you, but you're still here.
I'm still here. I never got a notice to move.
Tell me again where you were initially, and then I'll shift you.
I was in Ag 1, I think.
Okay, and you need to go to cultural, yeah.
No, I need to go to number
Oh.
7, the hydrologic processes.
Okay.
This is Emily Geary.
Yep.
Sophia, Emily Geary.
Okay, hydrologic processes. Yeah?
Yes. Yes.
Off you go.
Thank you.
Okay. And John Leeper, you're exceptionally patient. Tell me where you are now and where you need to go.
I'm in the main room and I should go to the economic rec room.
Where were you? What wrong room were you in?
Oh, environmental 2?
Okay.
Okay.
So you need to go to economy and rec?
Yep.
Okay. There you go. Thank you for your
I see.
patience.
Thank you.
Okay, Benjamin,
Let's see.
Sylvia. Okay, I'm gonna move Ben to agriculture. There you go, John Leeper. Okay, Stephanie.
This is Colleen Cunningham. I'm supposed to be a note taker for Ecological Group B,
Sure, where are you now?
just in the main room.
Where were you?
I think in Ecological Group A, because I had the wrong facilitator. I'm supposed to be with Martha Cooper.
Okay, Martha Cooper is in group 1 and you are in group 2. Is that correct?
No, we were both supposed to be in group 2, I think.
Martha is now in group
She's
1.
group 1, yeah. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, you should go to group 1.
Okay. Assigned to economy and rec. And then these are some people who have asked to move. Stephanie would like to go to public water. Stephanie, where are you now?
I think I was in the group number 2.
Okay, great.
Thank
And
you.
you would like to go to public water? There you go. And then Christy Bodie should be moved. I just moved her, but she's still here. Gloria needs to go to ecological.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for your patience, Gloria.
No problem.
Tell me where you are now, in what room?
I was in one of the, what's the cultural ones? I don't,
Okay.
I see her
Okay.
in both.
And
She's in
you'd like
both.
to go to ecological or ag?
ecological, please.
Okay. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then I think that's everyone, Lucy. I haven't heard.
Okay, so let's see the folks that are left. Rolf, are you really here?
I don't think any of these people. If you're
Oh.
here,
Yeah, if anybody else needs to go to a room, speak up.
Yeah, I was
Yes.
in ecological number 2, and I need to go to hydrological processes.
that's
Terrific.
Vance. Okay.
That's Vance, great.
Let me
So
find.
you were in Eco 2 and you want to go to hydrology.
Right.
Okay, there you go.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Hilario, are you here?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, there
where
you
would
are.
you like
Great.
to go?
Yes, I was put in econ and rec, but I would really like to be in ag with Antonio Romero. I don't know what room that is.
Sure. Ag with Antonio, he went into Ag 1, I think. Yes.
Okay, we'll
So
send you there.
Hilario from Econ to Ag 1.
Yep, just got him there. And then Joe, do you have a preference? It looks like you're frozen, but you're trying to connect with us.
Joe Culbertson, sorry, your screen is frozen. We can't hear you. Do you want? Can you put something in the chat?
Lucy, this is Hilario.
Yeah.
I tried to put it in the chat and it didn't work. So I don't know what happened.
So we
No,
Hilario,
Hilario, we sent you.
Moved you to. I have you here that you have an invitation to join Ag 1. You have not joined though. Do you need help with that?
Oh, invitation. I don't see anything.
There you go.
Yeah, I haven't gotten anything on the screen yet.
Good.
You haven't received anything. Okay, well let me figure this out because on my end I've sent you an invitation. Okay, this is what I'm gonna do. You're gonna get an invite to go into a room called Spillover, and then from there I'll move you.
Okay.
So tell me when you see that thing pop up on your screen. That you now have an invitation. Do you see that?
Nope. Nothing
Okay.
yet.
Well, that's going to be something on your end that I'm happy to troubleshoot you, but I just need to move one more person. Laura, I see your note.
Oh, you do see my note. Okay.
I'm sorry, Ilario. I'm going to tend to someone who needs my help, but it sounds like
Okay.
there's an issue on your end with
Right,
getting the
that's fine.
invite,
Go
and I'll
ahead,
help you
go
in a
ahead.
moment. Okay, Laura. I did get an ag invite. Laura, where are you? You want to go to ecological. Okay, you should have that invite, Laura. Okay, Ilario, let's help you right now. Okay, so you should see kind of on the top right corner of your screen an invite to go into a breakout room. Do you see that?
No.
What color is it? Is it like red or orange or something, Sophia?
It's just a white box.
Okay, here we go.
You found it?
I found it.
Okay,
Great.
so you're going to go into spillover.
Right. So join
And
it,
then-
right?
Yeah, so join that and then I'll send you to ag. So join and then I'll send you.
And I think that's Ag 1 that he wants.
Yep. With Antonio.
Yep.
Okay.
Joe Culbertson, can you talk to us? Are you there? Yeah. Can you unmute?
Okay, now can you hear me?
Yes. So where
Hello?
would you like to go?
I'm here. I'm here.
So Joe, did you want to join a breakout
One of
room?
the ag groups. I'm here kind of representing the Mexico Cattle Growers Association.
Okay, so one of the ags, let's put him in ag 2. Looks a little emptier.
Having a hard time understanding you.
Okay, Joe, we'll move you in just a second. Can you hear us?
Either one of the rooms.
Okay.
Okay,
1 second.
Either one of the rooms, yeah.
great. You'll see an invitation, Joe. Up in the right, is that right, Sophia?
Yep. Okay, so you've just received an invite to the ag room. So if you click on that invite, it'll take you there.
Do you see it,
I
Joe?
don't see the invite. I saw it briefly, a message at the top.
Yep, so that's
No.
the message that you click.
Yeah, the message was there briefly.
Okay, I can send it again. Okay, so I'm gonna send it again and then you're gonna click it, okay? It's gonna be in the top right-hand corner of your screen.
Don Diego will be right with you.
Thank you.
Do you see it, Joe?
No, I don't.
Are you working on an iPad? Don Diego, where would you like to go?
Anywhere where there's room, maybe
Okay.
Public water supply, make small areas.
Okay, so right now I have you in an agriculture group and you'd like to go to public water supply?
If
There's
the
room.
ag group is fine.
We can do
Okay.
it.
Well, I'm sending you to public water. That's available if you'd like that.
Okay.
So you'll see on your screen an invite and you have to click the invitation on your screen. Let me know when you see it.
I see it, and it's inviting me to public water supply.
Yep. And then you're going to click on that.
Put your cursor on it and click. Can you put the cursor on that invitation? Hilario, are you still with us?
Yeah, he hasn't joined his group.
Did you sent him to spillover and then you moved him?
Yeah, he has an invitation to go to Agriculture 1. He hasn't joined.
But he's showing up here.
Right, because he hasn't joined his group and I'm not sure why. So let's
So
ask.
maybe you mean he hasn't joined spillover even? You sent him, didn't you send him to spillover?
Yeah, that's not important now. It's just
Oh, okay.
he doesn't have an invite to, he hasn't accepted his invite and we can talk to him.
Okay.
Okay, so Don Diego, Joe seems to be struggling. With
Joe's
his
gone.
invite.
Oh yeah, Joe's here. Yeah. Anybody else on the screen need help? Jonathan, Hannah, Jay? Okay, so we're down to Joe and Hilario.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't see any invite here.
So you should have a standing invitation, a square in the top right-hand corner of your Zoom screen that says go to breakout room, and you just click on that and it takes you.
You have to move
I'm
the
using a
cursor.
pad and there's
You're on your
And don't
iPad?
click-
nothing there.
Okay.
You may not have a cursor.
There is
Can you tell me, Joe, what you're seeing?
I can click on the three dots and get chat room. I
Okay.
can click on the three dots and get the chat room, the meetings, minimize me.
No,
And then
no,
the next one is participants.
that's
The
not
next
it.
one is
Okay.
Share con.
So you're getting
And the
close. So
next
what
one
we're
is video and mute. That's all I have on my pad.
okay. Do you see the place where you're finding all this, the information? Like the chat, share screen, mute? Is there 3 dots at the bottom that you can click?
Yes.
And does the option for a breakout room come up? What patient people?
No, it doesn't.
Okay. Let me try.
Where
let
the
me
three
try-
dots are, it says more, and it says chat, meeting settings, minimize meeting background and filters, disconnect.
Okay, I'm gonna troubleshoot really quick in terms of what you're seeing on your iPad, so I can tell you. Okay, here we go.
Can you just send the invite again, Sophia? Maybe if
Yeah,
it's-
he's just not. He's not seeing it. So there should be a join breakout room option on the bottom of your screen, Joe, but that sounds like it's not available.
Or is it at the top? Is it like?
Or it could be at your top left. Do you see that?
Top of the screen, join room.
No, it just has a recording, says it's recording, red light blinking, recording. And
How
then
about-
the red leave button.
How about the right-hand corner up above?
Wait a minute, I clicked on the 3 dots in the middle of the screen at the top. So
Okay.
I got 3 boxes.
Okay.
Which one do I use?
What do the boxes say?
One of them's completely white, one of them's half white, one of them's a quarter white.
Yeah, that's like a screen view, he's he's in the layout section.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm Googling right now how to find this on an iPad. So I'm doing my best over here to help make this happen for you.
Do you know, Joe, are you on an iPad?
That's
Is that
okay,
what-
He
thank
is.
you.
He is?
You
Okay.
found it.
Ah,
Yay!
Yeah.
Okay. We'll see you soon.
Okay.
Alario,
Lucy,
how can we help you? What's going on?
I went and I clicked to the, I clicked on the invite and I got a black screen. No sound, no video,
so you sent him to spillover?
just a black.
No, I sent him to
screen.
Ag.
Oh, dear.
Okay. Okay, let me try something right now, Ilario. I'm sorry. Tell me, are you on a computer or a phone or an iPad?
I'm on a PC.
Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna send you another invite to a different ag room just to see if this works. And will you
Okay.
tell me what you see?
Okay.
You should have a white screen that says join breakout room. Do you see that?
Yep.
Not, well, wait,
Okay.
something's happening. Let's see.
Okay.
Uh,
Joe's still here.
Everything kind of, all my icons and stuff at the bottom just disappeared. The only thing I have now is I can see you and Lucy and my name and an arrow going to the right. That's all I got right now.
Wow, I'm not really sure what to tell you, Ilario, because we're giving you the cues we can on our end via Zoom.
Wow.
So
Maybe
let
it
me,
has to do with the age of my PC.
do you have the most recent version of Zoom downloaded?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, what we could do, and this is like, what I do for most electronics that don't work. You could log off of Zoom and then come back into the meeting and see if that's the magic cure, and then we can move you. But I
Okay.
think at this point, taking a break from the platform and then coming back, and we'll see if we can restart things and move you.
Okay.
Thank you
sounds
so
like
much for your patience.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
Jonathan, I see you were supposed to be in agriculture too, is that right? Jonathan?
I don't think he's
Oh, you don't think he's here?
he hasn't communicated to us.
Oh, Joe.
Joe,
Oh,
it's still
Joe,
here.
Joe.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I don't know how to help these poor people. And all this is getting recorded.
I'm gonna stop recording it.
So welcome back, everybody. I think the groups will come back in staggered fashion, but it's break time. So you're welcome to take the break right now, come back at 3, and we'll have report outs. And if someone other than you is doing the report out, you're lucky. You can have a real break. Hey, John Bookshire, good to see you.
So Lucy, how long will we have for report outs, like each group?
Well, 2, 3, 4 minutes, I'd say.
Okay, pretty
Yeah,
short.
There are
Okay.
just 9 groups, so I think 3 or 4 minutes would be enough. But
Okay.
kind of what you need.
Okay.
But I mean, brevity, I appreciate brevity for sure. And I think we all do at this hour. So we really want highlights. We want, the key adaptive strategies. 1, if that's all you talked about, that's fine. 2, 3 in brief.
Okay, thanks.
Let's see, water quality is still at it. Both ag rooms are still at it. 1 ecological room. Hydrological processes, yep. So I think I'll send another message, Sophia, saying break time.
Ag number 1 is done except for the facilitator and note taker are staying in.
Great, perfect. Okay, folks, it's break time, so you're welcome to mute, turn off the video, walk away, whatever you want to do, and we will see you in 15 minutes at 3. So I'm sorry, Sophia, maybe we might as well turn off the recording. I really appreciate it. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Sophia. This kind of conversation is important to let play out. And so let's take maybe 2 or 3 more minutes until the rest join us and just continue this. Bob Wesley. Unmute yourself, Bob.
There we go.
There you go.
I just wanted to sort of ask a question. Is there something we can do about old groundwater permits that are way beyond need for water or available water? We're so intensely over permitted. I'm just wondering if there's some remedial mechanism.
A quick answer to that impossible question, Larry.
Well, an
Good afternoon, Water
example,
Resources.
I
This
guess
is
I
Paul.
could speak towards an example. P&M is one of the largest water users in the state, industrial water users, and they use it for cooling. And if we're doing away with coal-fired power plants in the state, they're going to have all these water rights. What are they going to do with them? Shouldn't they go back into the common property, or they're going to sell them off to somebody else? That's a case in point. And I'd like to hear Bob's, whether he was focusing on that or thinking about that when he brought up the issue.
So let me just weigh in and explain to people that have just come back from the rooms, which are all pretty much empty now. We've been talking about during the break, and it's spilled over, been talking about some issues. So I'm just going to let those wrap up, and we'll start the report out in 2 minutes at 3:06. Aaron.
Yeah, I just wanted to field the question about the water rights owned, particularly when they're at a municipal industrial use. And it helps me to think of water rights like you would land. If you own a house and it has you have a small storage building on the lot next to your house, and you tear down the little building on it, you still own the land. And so that it's a real property right in the sense that you still have an asset there. So those water rights that are owned for whatever end use still have value, and they cease to have value when they're no longer put to beneficial use. So, it's up to the state engineer to inform that water right owner that if they don't put those to beneficial use, i.e. use them or sell them, then they're in danger of losing them. But to say they should just go back to the state is not unlike me saying, well, you tore down that shed on that lot next to your house, you should give that back to the community. You no longer own that private property. And so those water rights will find a home, rest assured.
I've been talking really about permits, not rights. And I'm in particular thinking of the Water Utility Authority that has a bag of 150,000 acre feet. And there's no way that they could ever pump that much water. And there's no way that they right now need it, but it gives them the feeling that they can distribute it arbitrarily. And I think that's a real problem in the state.
Okay, I'm going to let Rolf have the last word. Rolf, you've got 1 minute. I'm going to time you.
1 minute, really quickly. This is directly in response to the question about the power plants. I would say, it's a complex situation, but in reality, the power plants themselves don't have tremendously large water rights. They have been leasing historically a portion of the Jicarilla Apache Nation's water rights, and the BHP rights that go to APS and others, as I understand them, ultimately revert back probably to the Navajo Nation as those things exist. So there's a lot of complexity in those pieces. Long story short, if the water's not used, it flows down across the border and into Lake Powell and then goes to the lower basin for consumption. That if the water's not used, that's where it goes. So.
Great. Thank you, Rolf. Wow, you came in at 39 seconds. I'm impressed. So we're going to begin our report outs. Thank you all for giving yourselves, your thoughts, your time to this. And I hope it was a really good experience for everybody. Seems as if it was. It was kind of hard to pull some of you out of your rooms. I'm always sorry to do that, but glad that you were so engaged. Let's see. So I'm going to, I promised that Kate Ziegler's group and Joe Savage's group could go last. They seem to be still engaged up until the bitter end here. So I am going to ask for starters with Kate Lacey and Jonas Armstrong's ecological group. Are you folks ready for report out? Can be a couple of minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes. After 4 minutes, I might worry a bit. Yeah, Kate.
Hi,
great.
Lucy. Yes, I'll give it a whirl. I'll try
Terrific.
to succinctly state what we had. We had a very good conversation all the way up to the bitter end, to right to 3 o'clock even in the group, and it was a great discussion. We kind of started off talking about the impacts of climate change immediately, some of which we've addressed in the conference as a whole, being stream flow reductions and increasing aridity and the changing precipitation regime and what those impacts look like to watersheds and rivers specifically. And so it kind of launched us into several or many adaptation strategies and discussions from there. We talked about, so we kind of started talking about using the existing water data and taking more inventory of river health and to prioritize the restoration on rivers, we kind of talked about what's the existing prioritization of watersheds and rivers that is out there. And then is there a systematic approach to once those are prioritized to getting the restoration happening and on the ground. There's also, we talked about the changes of snowpack to rain and runoff and what's the impact of those high altitude forests. We talked about the reintroduction of fire into those frequent fire ecosystems. And we talked about also largely about impacts of development and encroaching into systems such as mining into ecosystems and the devastating impacts those could have. We talked about several maybe different adaptation strategies for ecological offsets or even for damaging and resource extraction, encouragements for good behavior in water resources management. But I really liked, as we kind of came at the very end, we had a really good succinct way to put everything, I think, as a whole. So I'll give you that and leave you with that. So we wanted to find ways to inject climate adaptations into existing plans and strategies and do so in ways that enhance the existing socioeconomic structures. We want to see that to make strategic investments in technical skill sets of the restoration economy by valuing the services provided by the ecosystem appropriately. So I'll leave you with that statement, and that was our report out.
Beautiful. Kate, could you please read that again? I just, it felt just so succinct that starting with find ways to adopt, yeah.
Find ways to inject climate adaptations into existing plans and strategies and do so in ways that enhance the existing socioeconomic structures. Additionally, make strategic investments in technical skill sets of the restoration economy by valuing the services provided by the ecosystem appropriately.
That belongs someplace. I'm not sure where, but thank you so much for working on that beautifully wordsmithed. Yeah, terrific. Okay. Well, if we were all in person, we would be like giving a hand to this group and their good work. So cheers.
Thanks all.
So let's see, Martha Cooper, was the other ecological group, Martha Cooper and Colleen Cunningham, facilitator, note taker.
Yes, thanks, Lucy. And
yeah,
we had a great group with great participation and note taking, and we had a lot of overlap with what Kate just shared, but we have two issues. Dry rivers. We focused on dry rivers and the challenges that we need legislative action, we need funding, and we're concerned that the environment always gets shorted. And to Kate's point, the benefits that rivers with water provide to people are not recognized.
Mm-hmm.
For adaptation, not surprisingly, we need legislative action and money. We need an in-stream flow program and requirements. We like the idea of legislating basin roundtables to facilitate that kind of local collaboration and problem solving and actual development of these strategies. And finally, more agency coordination. And overlapping with the next one, another adaptation strategy would be a New Mexico water plan that involves all agencies and is not the ISC's water plan. So like Game and Fish and the Environment Department. Our other impact is aquifer depletion, and the challenge is lack of data, lack of regulations and policies. So adaptation strategies include continuing to fund the State Water Data Act and learn from what other Western states are doing in terms of aquifer recharge. So that's the high level. There are more in the notes, more information in the notes that Colleen took.
That's great, Martha. Thank you. And you got a shout out in the chat as a terrific note taker. Thanks so much for the organization of that. Good. That's a really wonderful pair of report outs, I think, on ecology. Kind of gives a very full picture. So let us move on to the agriculture group with Dustin Ward and Antonio Romero. Dustin and Antonio.
Hi. Hey, I'm going to let Antonio talk, but I just wanted to say we had a great conversation, great discussion, great contribution from everybody. Thank you so much.
Great. And Dustin, thank you. Dustin came on board about 2 days ago. It was like, whoa, what do you want me to facilitate? And I'm like, yes, please. So a special appreciation to you. Yeah, Antonio.
Yep, thank you very much. Yeah, we had a wonderful group. I liked our group. We were pretty diverse. We had people from government, people from that are stakeholders that were voices for the agricultural side. I think we had a pretty good mix. So one of the biggest things, and some people have touched on it, is the mining and the depletion of water. Challenges are having enough water to address all the needs of all the different components that come along with water. Some of the adaptation strategies were like conservation easements, lease agreements, dry crop replacement with dry land crops, and being mindful and studying the soil health on moisture containment. That was one of them, and of course, to follow up on that was competing issues of agriculture versus domestic. It was brought up that it seems like economics seem to be the driving force in these decisions. Some strategies, of course, it all comes down to the mining of water fouling and agreements, valuing the different components of agriculture, which also come with urban green space, carbon suppression, wildlife habitat, and then of course the ecosystem. So that was kind of in a nutshell what our group was discussing. It was a really good discussion, and I thank everybody for their input. If there's something anybody wants to add, feel free to chime in. But thank you guys.
Great, thank you so much, Antonio. Anybody from that group want to weigh in? Take up Antonio and his offer. Was an excellent report. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. I'll be sending this off to you guys.
Oh, great, great. And please, note takers, be sure to send me your write-up, whether it's handwritten, scan it and email it to me, or just email the attachment if it's on a computer, because I will be compiling all of these group reports for an article in the Greenfire Times. I do that every year. And then also the Interstate Stream Commission for sure, and others will want to see these results. So it's important to realize this is what you're saying, what you're reporting out is, it will go out there, will have some impact and will be spread around. So please send me those when you're through. Great. So we are at, let's try water equality. Lynette Guevara and Avery Young.
Hi, this is Lynette Guevara. I'm with the Environment Department and I led the water quality group today. We had a great broad spectrum of people and perspectives. We had some current state staff, some retired state staff, some NGOs. We had Soil and Water Conservation District. We had someone with the city. So we felt like we had a really good group to have a robust conversation. We honed in on two impacts and adaptation strategies. And the first one was some of the comments echo the earlier comments from the ecosystem group. We talked quite a bit about water governance in New Mexico and our current challenges and opportunities with our structure, with the Environment Department over here, OSC over here, and tried to talk about some of those challenges and strategies for bridging some of those gaps, with the goal of by bridging those gaps, we want to be better able to leverage our funding and our energy and our resources to put towards water quality projects. So it's a little bit different take on the task. Some of the challenges that were highlighted was a statement that New Mexico needs to step up and take ownership over water quality. Those of us more in the water quality than quantity world often feel like sometimes water quality is an afterthought or an add-on to some of the big state planning efforts. And we're not trying to say that to insult anyone. We know there's tons to cover, but we struggle, we feel like we struggle to get injected into the conversation as much as we need to be, and the topic needs to be. So one of the things about the state taking ownership is, filling the gap, because we don't have primacy over our NPDES program, coming up with strategies to protect closed basins and seriously pursuing primacy for the state of New Mexico. We're one of 3 states now, I think, maybe 2, who don't have primacy over our surface water quality program. So it's high on everyone's minds. So let's see, for adaptation strategies, there are some innovative things in the works, and we're happy to hear that and want more mechanisms to be able to take in this federal funding when it comes in for these initiatives towards infrastructure improvements and other water quality related items. We're excited about the Water Czar position with the governor's office as a start, but we'd like to suggest that liaison positions be created with a staff member level position with OSC and at NMED. So there's a point of contact, a continuous point of contact that doesn't switch when our state government switches, that, any staff member, for example, working on a water quality issue at NMED that has a water quantity component, they could reach out to that person and that they'd be a clearinghouse for knowing, hearing what the concern is and then helping them find the right person to connect with at OSC, ISC as an example. We recognize there's some regulatory changes that are needed to bridge these water agency silos and create more collaborations between water quality and quantity. And a couple examples that came up for us were aquifer storage and recovery. The Environment Department does work with OSC. We both permit them. We permit the water quality, they permit the water quantity component, and we coordinate very well and regularly. And then the Gold King mine was an example of, unfortunately, it takes a catastrophe, but there was and continues to be a lot of interagency work on Gold King mine issues. So that was our first one. And then our second one that we honed in on was due to climate change, anticipated increases in salinity in our water resources. We need strategies to keep our soils and shallow groundwater from becoming too saline. There was conversation about conjunctive use being an important part of the puzzle and the solution, but a concern that increased groundwater pumping will have large impacts on salinity. So it's very important that we model and take into account the effects that increases in conjunctive use and groundwater pumping would have towards increasing salinity in our groundwater resources. And of course, to do those modeling efforts, we need data. And of course, so we support the Water Data Act and support increased funding for that effort. Let's see, we had a robust discussion about potash mining. The regulations over potash mining and current oversight is insufficient. And so one of the adaptation strategies is developing better or any regulations related to potash mining. We are concerned about the challenge of the lack of long-term spatially good spatial coverage of groundwater quality data and being able to access that data. So an adaptation strategy was more comprehensive monitoring of water resources and groundwater pumping to capture, for example, the salinity issues. Another adaptation strategy was looking harder towards the Colorado example of the Colorado Salinity Forum as something we could start in New Mexico with our own twists that serve our needs. And we also talked briefly about issues such as the projected and experienced increases in more extreme precipitation events and higher stormwater runoff, leading to increased salinity in areas such as the Chaco Basin, oil and gas area in the San Juan Basin, where there's a plethora of roads with impervious surfaces. And those more extreme precipitation events are definitely going to have a large impact on water quality. And that was the core of it. It's amazing how fast the time went. We could have talked a lot longer. And if anybody else wants to add anything I missed, please jump in.
Great, thank you so much, Lynette. That was a extremely full discussion. I was wondering whether this would feel too long or maybe even too short. So we'll, we can take that into consideration for future events. But I'm glad that the time was well used, as it clearly was. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's see, we've got a chat here. Let me just take a look. So Ralph says, Lynette Guevara's report out mentioning bridging the gap between water quantity and quality. No, there is a presentation this Saturday, 9 a.m. on New Mexico water governance reform at the Middle Rio Grande Water Advocates 2022 conference session. And there is the link. Great, thank you, Ralph. That's exactly the kind of thing we want to have happen at these meetings, is to find out all the networking that is out there that we might take advantage of. That's great. We also have in the chat a request from Jack Scott, who wanted Jason John to share a link to the graphics he used in his presentation this morning. Jeffrey, did you have Jason's, or did he? No, he did his own, didn't he?
But he did send it to me as well. So I believe we'll probably do the same thing as last year, where we post all the presentations to the dialogues site.
Terrific, terrific. So the presentations will all be on the dialogue site. The recording itself will be on YouTube at some point. Great, great. Thank you so much. Okay, let's move on to hydrological processes and all that. Oh, Jeffrey, there you are. Jeffrey Sampson and Emily Geary.
Yes, we had a fantastic group discussion, and I'm not going to be the one reporting, actually. Amina will be the one reporting out.
Terrific.
So whenever you're ready, Mina, go ahead.
All right, thanks so much. Amina Sena. I'm the hydrologist on the Santa Fe National Forest, and I'm humbled to be part of the restoration community in northern New Mexico, and very thankful to be asked to speak as part of our group. We had great discussions. So some of our issues, diving right in, we're talking about how soil condition is actually one of the most important impacts right now to hydrology, because with our eroding watersheds, that really impacts the ability of streams to properly function. So actually, out of the hydrology group, our #1 recommendation was to improve soil condition. So what specific indicators are we talking about? We're talking about improving the vegetative cover of our native perennial grasses so that we reduce that erosion coming off of the landscape. Our perennial grasses are some of our best friends, and as they're being replaced by annual grasslands or bare soil, our reservoirs downstream are filling, and we're impairing water quality. So the water quality that is decreased is we can see an increase in sedimentation, increase in bottom deposits. All of this impacts our fisheries habitat and the ability for our native fish to thrive. Also increases stream temperature. As our streams are more shallow, they're more exposed, we see them increasing in temperature. So with the effects of climate change, it's even more imperative to reduce that sediment input. And one of the big things that we got to do to get there is restore our forests. Where we see our hugest input of sediment is post-fire wildfire debris flows. So for the sake of the hydrology of our rivers, we need to look up from the river, look at the watershed above, and improve that forest resiliency. And so one of the action items that I'd like to that the group brought out of this is to then help our ranching and agricultural communities improve vegetative cover. We've got a lot of mom and pop operations that don't have deep pocketbooks, and let's help them restore these landscapes that they've inherited with huge amounts of maintenance. Let's help be part of the solution in some of this. And on that note, the Quivira Coalition is a great place to go to see how some of this can be the solution, not only to improving the hydrology of our streams, but improving the carbon sequestration in our grasslands. Second one, let's restore our stream function and our aquifer monitoring. Let's minimize the red tape that we currently have to be able to restore our wetlands, streams, and channels. As our streams need to be reintroduced to their floodplains. A lot of our streams have been straightened and as a result downcut over time. And so we need to introduce these streams back to their floodplains so their floodplains can be sponges that hold on to the water when it's wet and let go of the water during our dry seasons. Some of this is the difference between a perennial stream and an intermittent. And we're seeing now many perennial streams become intermittent. Have they been disconnected from their floodplain? There's so much bank storage in our floodplain. We need to make sure that our rivers have been reintroduced to their floodplain, and we need to put the crooked back in our creeks. As we explored New Mexico in the early days, we shoved that river over to build our roads, to build our agricultural fields, to build our acequias. And those are all still needed and important. But where possible, if we can put the crooked back in our creeks, we can hold on to some of our water for a little bit longer. With climate change, we're not going to have any ability to impact the water that hits our state, but we can make a difference in what we do with the water that we do get. Right now, we're straightening rivers and sending the water to Texas as soon as possible, or to a reservoir downstream to evaporate. We saw in the Leap Ahead analysis, which is just an amazing amount of science for our state. I encourage everybody to look at it, that our most vulnerable regions are our headwaters, the high mountain areas. And so it's these high mountain areas that I would love for us to focus our stream restoration on. And one way to look at that crooked in the creek concept and reintroducing a river to its floodplain is to check out the book by Bill Zedike, Let the Water Do the Work. It's also available on the Quivira Coalition's website. And in some of the work that he's done on the Navajo Nation, they put the crooked back and monitored groundwater tables increasing and actually going up. This is the direction that we need to go. A huge part of this issue is that we need aquifer monitoring. We need to do our restoration projects and then monitor the impacts to the shallow aquifer, as well as the deep water aquifer that's related to that shallow aquifer recharge. So we also are talking about a need for more data on the groundwater that we're able to manage, not only the stream water flow, but that critical aquifer recharge and the use. So not only monitor what we can recharge, but what are we actually right now pumping out? Is it metered? Are we sharing that data? Can we share that data in a better way so that everybody can get their boots on and be part of the solution, instead of maybe not having the data and that sort of thing? So improving that groundwater data component, completely a critical part of restoring our streams, so that we can tell the work that building beaver dam analogs and acting like more of a beaver in our streams than the engineers. If we can put the roughness back in our creeks, hold on to this water a little bit longer, and then monitor that that is leading to more aquifer recharge, more groundwater recharge. This is really a golden conversation for New Mexico to be part of. To focus us on the action items for stream restoration, it's time to improve the pace or increase the pace and scale at which we're doing restoration work and keeping our rivers wet, that are wet still. And that's that perennial component, reintroducing the river to its floodplain. We also need to decrease the amount of permitting and monitoring required to do river restoration work. I am the one hydrologist on the Santa Fe National Forest. If more of my time could be building beaver dam analogs, reintroducing the meander back into the creek, and less on the monitoring and permitting aspect. I want to do the monitoring we need to and get the permitting done, but can we remove some red tape so that we can get more ground covered? That'd be awesome. On to our third and final and probably most important, we need to improve our education and outreach. There's a lack of awareness. There's also a lack of concern, and that's a concern. We need to improve getting the professionals involved in kind of doing a rebranding so that our message can be heard by our public. What is our story? And how can we get folks down in Albuquerque concerned about the condition of the headwaters in mountains far away and up in the higher upper watersheds? Part of this is clear messaging, consistent messaging, things that are catchy like clean water starts with me. How do we tell our story in a way that engages our public? And so hopefully we could develop some sort of communication plan that involves all our agencies, that gives us an effective communication strategy to help us connect with our public. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Wonderful, wonderful report. Really appreciate it. Appreciate your knowledge and your passion, and you represented your group beautifully. And we've got a recruit here in the chat. Ralph says, I want to help build, restore the soil conditions in the uplands watersheds. So
nice.
So
we'll be in touch then. I promise you that.
Great. That's great. Good. Thank you so much. Let us go on to Kimberly Caputo, cultural and traditional, and note taker Emily Worthen.
Thanks, Lucy. I'm going to leave my camera off just because my internet connection is bad today. But
okay, sure.
Thanks. We had a really great group today talking about needs around cultural and traditional uses of water. Thank you so much to Emily Worthen for taking some really awesome notes here. She did a great job getting everything we touched on in a concise way. So, and then I'm going to give some space for Chile Yaze to share if he'd like to add anything.
Great.
So we have three different impacts that we were talking about. And so the first one is the lack of recognition of the Indigenous perspective on climate change and on water. So the challenges within that are the lack of recognition that water is a sacred element, that it's a female deity, that we're missing the recognition of the cultural impacts and spiritual context in the decisions that we're making, and that not enough time is being given to provide answers to come from the Indigenous perspective on this. Some of the adaptation strategies we thought of were, I mean, it's kind of, we've considered this to be really a start to this conversation, honestly. So far we have more space for community to community conversations regionally, more space and time for community perspectives beyond just governmental representatives of tribal entities. Because I think there's people from the community that are feeling unheard, and particularly reaching an understanding of and respect for the importance of Indigenous spirituality as an integral part of Indigenous science, which has offered thousands of years of successful water management to these particular Indigenous lands that we all live on today. And so that's why there needs to be more of a centering of that Indigenous perspective in what we're doing. We could learn from it. So the second conversation that we were having was around river rights, the growing need to recognize the rivers as living beings, both ecologically and spiritually, and that they should be given their own water rights. The challenges are decommoditizing water and respecting the life-giving power of rivers. There's a lack of understanding on the broader impacts on river strain, like in the Indigenous perspective, how everything is interconnected. And it feels like sometimes we're only looking at a very small part of what the problem is. And so that's something that feels important for our best health. And adaptation strategies coming out of that, we're promoting rights for the rivers and respecting what the rivers need to promote and sustain themselves for future generations, not only of humans, but all of our animal relatives that are living with us here too, and in addition to the river itself as an entity. The third impact that we were talking about was recognition of the long-term consequences of decisions made today. So thinking like the idea of 7 generations ahead, thinking about how our decisions today will affect those in the future. And also within that, repairing and building relationships, recognizing some of the historical trauma in the past, and that need to focus on relationships in order for there to be more helpful and clear and constructive communication between Indigenous communities and other groups in the state. So the impact that we're addressing there, like I just said, broken relationships between communities surrounding water and communities. And the challenges are conversations have become transactional. It's about like what we're trying to get we're trying to get information. There are no ongoing watershed specific conversations happening regionally. Those need to happen. Are we really asking the right questions about the problem and providing adequate space for those conversations to happen? Sometimes Indigenous perspective, because it is broad, because it sees the interconnectedness of everything, sometimes the conversations take a little longer to have to get the full understanding and the full learning that we really need to open up to. Adaptation strategies we have for that, we're promoting different ways of having these conversations, incorporating all stakeholder perspectives. And I'll say a note on that, I've seen that space is being made at the table for tribal governmental entities to offer their perspective, but maybe not enough from the communities themselves. And if we think about the communities that are most directly going to be affected first by climate change. The first people affected by these things are often Indigenous communities. And so are we centering the people who will be the most affected by climate change, by any of the issues that we're dealing with here? Are we centering them in the conversation and giving them a voice and a way to say what's best for them and what they're seeing? And so, yeah, just building relationships and trust between people is a central part of Indigenous, ways of communicating. And that has to become a part of how we are opening up the space for people to feel safe to share their information. And as a way of acknowledging histories of the past that make that feel not safe. And yeah, Chili, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Thank you, Kimberly. That was really terrific. Thank you so much. Chili, if you want to add a little something, I think we got time.
Okay, thank you. Kimberly then did a really good job in the overview there. She touched on all the points. What I have to contribute here is I pasted a brief comment in the chat. If people will go to that and follow along. Two things I'll say that we will all agree with is that water is a serious and urgent discussion. And two, that to generate the optimum of effort, we need all the resources we can access. Another statement that we should all agree with is that we do this for our grandchildren, for our future generations. There is one thing that I need to say that may get a mixed reaction. And speaking from the Indigenous mind about this process, as well as its intention that is, and as it is representative of the best relevant science, I have to surmise from my Indigenous mind that it is still lacking. And we say this because the principal piece that is missing in this discussion is the Indigenous perspective. So in the spirit of hearing all the voices that was mentioned earlier on these water talks, it is imperative that we be provided appropriate space and time to share our concepts of how water must be talked about. We do have confidence that we can offer valid discussion and perhaps even to provide some answers that appear so elusive and impossible. And we all hear the term that water is life, water is sacred, but the reality of those comments is something that we are talking about from our space. And because water is a sacred entity, a living entity, the problem that we have here in modern day times by our modern man and much of the discussion here is that water is being commodified, and that may be a dangerous thing to do. So the recommendation that we have here is that we need a space at the table with to start with the central group here with the water dialogue and have us present what it is that we're talking about and see how we can frame that the discussion into that framework, or there needs to be some integration into our different thoughts. So thank you very much.
Chili, thank you so much for being here and giving us that really critical message. I appreciate it very much. I know the dialogue is listening very carefully, as is everybody here. And thank you so much. We talked about time and how little of it there is and how we need to take a deep breath and make more time to build those relationships and listen to each other. And I would say you're at the front of the line there. So thank you so much. Appreciate it. How about economic and recreational, John Leeper and Kansi Bokum?
John is going to do this.
Okay.
I'm going to try. There was a lot to this one, and I got to say, we had Mo, Lynn, Kansi, Oscar, Gloria, Bev, Christy, and Joanne, and it was a really stimulating group. Everybody was pitching in a lot of different thoughts. So these are kind of a couple ideas all jammed together. I think I had 5 or 6 total, but we started with a comment. There's a lot of money coming in, and I think ARPA money or whatever it may be, infrastructure money, and there's a concern that it be equitably distributed, that it's not just the winners, winning and other areas losing out. So that came out as a strong issue, and that we need to build into it an appropriate consideration of non-market values, that's very important. And we're dealing with natural systems. We want those natural systems to stay intact. A lot of discussion about natural systems that have been depleted and been exploited, and that there's limits to the water, and we need to make sure these natural systems are intact, and that it's intertwined. Agriculture, the rural communities, the urban communities, the wildlife, and everybody else, it's intertwined. So as these dollars come in for these things, we have to take those issues into consideration. This is sort of a separate point, but we were talking about recreation, and somebody pointed out our rural and natural areas are inundated and they lose their character as an asset. And so we now are maybe seeing reservations at campgrounds, or we're seeing that the agencies don't have the funding to manage these areas being loved to death. And there's a real value, market and non-market value, to these rural and natural areas. And if they get inundated, those values can deteriorate. A real interesting point, Christy brought this one up, and there's a lot to it, and it is the roundtable process. So this is topic number 3 for us. I've heard of it, I'm aware of it. I don't know how it differs from other processes in New Mexico, but it sounds like it was initiated by the legislature. It brought together folks. It involved non-market values, the rural, the urban, recreational. So the idea is to break down some of the silos. Some of the issues is to let people talk. If people can talk, they might find resolutions, and they might be able to listen to each other. So I think we need to maybe corporately throughout New Mexico, or maybe specifically as a dialogue or for this write-up, get more on what that roundtable process is, because it sounds like something we could use to break down silos and do some of these other good things. Let's see, Joanne made a point that we can do a better job of economic development, and that she used the Quivira Coalition as an example, that we can have economic development that helps develop young farmers, that can do repairing restoration projects. There can be economic development that has benefits to the rural areas, so that they're not left behind and they're not just exploited, but they actually come out of it better than they were before. Someone pointed out, and this is that we are underfunding some of the folks that are supposed to be dealing with these policy issues. And so it's hard for them to protect the communities and protect the environments if they are underfunded and they can't even manage what we have now. So that came across in several of these comments. And let's see, one more high point I think was, and I think everybody's touched on it, data is critical. It's sometimes it's the least funded activity. Monitoring gets cut first, and other things tend to take its place. So I guess that would be the final bon mot from this group was data is critical, and we have to make sure it stays funded. So I think that's what we had. There's a lot more between the lines, but those are some of the high point bullets. Kansi, anything else?
No, you did great. Thank you.
Thanks so much, John. Really appreciate it. Interesting, very interesting stuff. I just can't wait to gather all this together, and I think it's going to be very important for all of us and decision makers to see. So we have two more groups left. Public water supply, I'll call next, and then the last ag group. So Joe Savage and Stacy Timmons.
Thanks, Lucy. This is Joe Savage. I'm with the Environment Department. We had a very diverse group, and it led to a vibrant discussion. And I think one of the things about going near last is, though, they're hard acts to follow. So hopefully,
yes, that's true.
we're going to be able to do that. And I'm going to divert to Stacy, who took excellent notes and had the hardest part of all this. But I do request that she go through the summary if she would.
Great.
Please.
Yes.
Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, I think we had a great group as well. We had 16 people, equally split male and female. So we were very equal. And let's see. So I think Joe started us off with just a couple of numbers, which I think are really interesting. There are today 1,071 public water systems in New Mexico, and about half of those, 569, are community supply. So providing water to a larger group, not just an on again, off again water system like some of the others. So that is kind of, I think, a starting point for the conversation. And in thinking about these public water systems and kind of long-term impacts and problems that we're facing, the word capacity kept coming up, at least if not verbally, internally. And so in our notes, we kind of split up the discussion into 3 different capacity features, and that is the challenges around the financial capacity of public water systems and some of the challenges there, and we have some solutions. Also technical capacity, and then management or managerial capacity. So to start with the financial capacity challenges, I would say some of the biggest things that we were discussing initially was just how hard it is for some of these public water systems to have the long-term financial kind of operations and maintenance costs covered. So they can oftentimes get infrastructure installed, but then how that gets maintained for 10, 15, 20, 70 years is completely on their own. And I think this one was one where we had a hard time coming up with a strategy specifically to address this. We certainly talked about the challenge, but I think that the solution or strategy for this is like kind of theme that percolated through all of our conversations was that New Mexico really is not going to have like a one size fits all sort of answer to this challenge or to any of these public water system challenges. There's such a range and diverse nature to public water systems, from very, very small to very large communities. And so one solution might work in one place that's not going to work in a tribal community that may not work in Kamado. So thinking about the financial part, we really were, I think maybe a step that the dialogue or a group could play a role in going forward is to really think through how to prioritize or funnel funding in a more efficient way, so that when there's, and now there is, substantial finances available, how can we as a group or state or body of people who are interested kind of help set some of these priorities and think about kind of the needs in a more equal way, so that it's not just based on population or large communities, but also small communities can be equally weighted. And then that second part to the public water system capacity. Technical challenge that we talked a lot about was really around public water system, the water operators that are needed. I think this has come up in this dialogue conference a few times already, but there were some really good strategies tossed around in our group, primarily around kind of involving the younger generation so that in some of these rural communities, create some opportunities to engage with young people who are perhaps coming out of high school and looking for job opportunities. There could be, training or educational, we're going to call them pipelines in the context of water infrastructure. So create some mechanisms to help connect the small communities in need of a water operator with a person who's starting to begin their career and think about what they want to do, perhaps to contribute. There was also a conversation about maybe even starting a state sort of initiated, working closely with community water systems, a hybrid option or a pilot program maybe, where water operators are provided to a community and try that out for a few years and see how that works for some of the water systems in need right now. And that, again, there are lots of little pieces to think through with that. I think one of the other comments that came up is just that it really does seem to work better in public water systems if the water operator is actually living in the community and embedded in the community, not just somebody who rolls in from out of town to help, because that way it's their family, their home that are impacted with that water source. So we have a couple of other ideas in our notes that I'll provide back to you. And then the last thing around management challenges, thinking about how public water systems, in times of shortage, maybe want to think about regionalization or consolidation of water systems as a idea or challenge, or maybe water reuse. And there was some concerns expressed about regionalization and how the kind of small water systems can get left behind. And I think that there are some good discussions around that. The kind of strategy that came out, I guess if it's a strategy, was thinking about this regionalization idea in a very different context, not just connecting it physically with pipelines, but shared resources, shared people, shared equipment like backhoes, and maybe even sharing water rates if that's a possibility. So kind of thinking about it as a strategy, thinking about it differently than how many people do, which is strictly in terms of tanks and pipelines. And then on the water reuse concept, there were some experts in our group on that topic. And I think that there was a range of ideas provided, from very small scale, direct potable reuse, like putting your dishwater on your trees in a home, versus very large and medium-sized water systems, which I think have much more technical capacity to do water reuse, and the funds could definitely benefit those larger communities for water reuse ideas. So we kind of covered a lot of different things and had a lengthy discussion. It could have gone on for another probably 2 days if we had our way, but that's kind of the high points. So thank you.
Great, Stacy, thank you so much. Just really wonderful report. Yeah, I'm very impressed with what these groups did. So we have one left. And yes, indeed, hard acts to follow, every one. So Kate Ziegler and Eileen Dodds.
I want to, first of all, we had a great group, very diverse, all corners of the state, all walks of life. And there were 12 of us, and I'm glad that we got involved in talking about the agriculture situation with identifying adaptation strategies. I want to thank Kate from running the group from the front seat of her car somewhere out somewhere.
As usual.
It was fun. The first goal we came up with was developing better rangeland and watershed management. And the challenge of this is increasing the infiltration of the moisture into the land to begin with and back into aquifers. It's also a challenge for setting up a system of education and outreach with the people in the communities on the problems across the system, because they may not be aware of exactly what the problems are in their aquifer or in their region. Also, old management policies exist in a very non-predictable future, and those are going to have to be looked at. We're recommending systems designed to get all stakeholders on the same page and develop good ideas as to what works at the ground level. And I mean, that's where people have got their boots. Goal number 2 is not necessarily aimed at agriculture so much, but it was getting to the collective good in the community. By nature, we are all a selfish group, and we don't want to give. There's no give and take involved, and we have got to deal with a lack of compromise among different and various groups to solve the common problem before it's too late. One size doesn't fit all of everything, and top down does not always work. Our action recommendation on that one is to set up a bottoms up regional working group in all areas using their own regional water budget modeling and integrate it with socioeconomic management factors. We did a lot more than that, but I'll keep it short and sweet.
Yeah, and if I could just follow up with a quote from one of our participants, Mr. Segovia, who I thought made a very profound statement that resiliency is going to require everyone's participation and cooperation.
Powerful message. And certainly one, right at the core of the dialogue and the founding of the dialogue 28 years ago, when we needed exactly that same message. We're all by nature competitive, have our own interests at heart, of course, and the need to think of the common good and come together and talk and share and figure it out, just figure it out. So Eileen, were you through with your report, and Kate?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Well, short and powerful, really, that's a wonderful note to end on. Thank you to all of the groups. This has just been amazing. And I'm just so glad that this many of you have stuck with us. We are at our end here, and it is just a little after 4. I would like to, I'm just going to take a quick look at the chat. There are some, what do you call it? References to, for people to find information on. From Wade, have you ever noticed that when it's all said and done, there is more said than done? Well, I know that's often true, but there's stuff to be done coming out of this. And I have a sense that some of it is going to happen. So I'm encouraged about that. I would like it to open it up. Jeffrey, if we could just go back to like the full screen of everybody all together.
Excuse me, Lucy?
Yeah, great. Thank you. And I'd like to open it up. This is really the time for closing remarks, and those often come from folks in charge, and folks in charge of both the dialogue and Interstate Stream Commission Office of the State Engineer are welcome to weigh in with a closing remark or two, but so is everybody else. This is really a place where we see all of these boxes on the screen, every voice inside of the box as equally important, and as we have just heard, with equally valuable ideas and information. So I am going to open it up. We'll probably just take, until I don't know, 15 minutes or so, whatever we need, and then we will close out. Hunter, you have your hand up?
Yeah, although I'm not personally involved in it anymore after 28 years, the Land and Water Summit is coming up. March 2nd is a field trip for green stormwater infrastructure projects. And then March 3rd and 4th are the conference. It's at the Indian Pueblo Cultural Center or online, or unless things change with
I
COVID.
am
But it's
participating in the New Mexico Water Dialogue.
It's www.landandwatersummitnm.org, excuse me.
Great. I've been to that myself, Hunter. It's a wonderful event. Really wonderful, well worth going to. Good. Any other announcements? I'd love to hear reflections on the breakout group experience. I was struck that so many people said we had such a diverse group. That's really quite wonderful in that it was topic based. If it was randomly selected, you might think it would end up diverse, but you know, this was people interested in a certain topic. And what I heard was that all kinds of people are interested in different certain topics, which is very encouraging to me.
This is Paul Montoya, and I am not sure of the dates, but the snow conference is coming up in Salt Lake City, and I believe that's in April. I'm not sure of the date, but it's a conference that's really worthwhile going to because they talk a lot about how they track snow and the implications of if there's a lot of snow or little snow and how they measure it and all that kind of stuff. So it's a really, really interesting conference. And I think you can go on the internet and look for, there it is, it's come up right there, Western Ward, or excuse me, Dustin Ward says HTPS Western Snow Conference.
Great, Western Snow Conference.
Yeah,
Good.
so that's really an interesting conference to go to because there's a lot of science that involved in there. And I know there are some topics about snow, for lack of a better word, color. And so that's one place that they do talk a lot about that. So thank you.
Terrific. That's great. Hannah Risley or Andrew Erdman, are you two still here? Hannah, yeah, great. Do you want, I was just going to read your comment, but that's silly for me to do when you can say it yourself.
I'm happy to do that, Lucy. Thanks for the invitation. I just really want to thank the Water Dialogue and everybody who participated today in this conference. I feel like it's so energizing to be surrounded by a group of intelligent people who care about water and who are coming together to look for solutions. And sorry, my daughter's making noise in the other room. But hold on one second.
She's welcome. She's welcome to join us. We've been talking about the importance of youth.
That's
we
right.
want to see that.
Her daycare,
awesome.
Her daycare is closed today, so this is COVID. But anyways, for her future and for all of our future, it is so encouraging to be surrounded by such an energetic, smart, thoughtful group of people and us all exchanging ideas and looking for solutions. And I really think the 50-year water planning process, one of the best things about it is that we've had so many fantastic partners with different agencies and individuals across the state, but we're not done yet. And so I put into the chat both my email address and Andrew Erdman, who's our new water planning program manager. He said recently he feels like he just got parachuted onto a moving boat wearing roller skates, which I thought was a good description of coming into this process. He's taking the job on like a champ. But I also put into the comment to the chat box a link to our comment box for 50-year water plan. That's a really good way. We're trying to capture comments in one place. So I very much encourage you all. It's a general comment box, although it's related to 50-year water plan. I encourage you all, if you have additional thoughts related to the plan or the process and what comes out of it, what's next, to feel free to plug a comment in there. And I just, again, thanks everybody, and looking forward to these continued partnerships and crafting solutions together as we look to the future.
Wonderful.
Bye, Mom.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, sweetie.
Thanks. Yeah.
John Hawley.
I'm putting on my hat as a visiting hydrogeologist with the Water Research Institute, and I think we had a little, when I was leaving for a physical therapy session, I could tell there was a little bit of a hassle of connecting with my colleague Sam Fernald, who is over on a Fulbright in London. And I wondered if my colleague Connie Maxwell, we can fill us in, just sum up a few high points of our water conference last fall that may not have been covered this morning.
You know, I guess I can unmute myself. I wasn't sure if I could. John, we did manage to get Sam to present his presentation, and I would be happy to update you offline.
Okay, very good.
That'd be great, Connie. Thank you.
And then the other thing is, I spent a lot of time in my career with the NRCS out on the high plains, and I see that one part of the state that's really key, and it's the groundwater part of the state, are the high plains, Silgalala. And I wondered if LaDonna Clayton had any observations to make.
LaDonna, are you here?
I am still here, and observations regarding the entire event and what I gathered from that, Dr. Hawley? I'm not, I wasn't sure.
I think he's frozen. Yeah.
Okay.
So LaDonna, whatever you would like to offer briefly, we'd be happy to hear. Glad you're with us.
Well, thanks so much. This was my first ever in MWD meeting. So it was such a pleasure to be here, and the information that I've gathered in these 2 days for me as a brand new executive director of an Ogallala Land and Water Conservancy. I've only been at it 3 months. Those were invaluable days for me. I've taken copious notes. I've grabbed the chat. But I'm going to say that the conversations for the agricultural group today, those were priceless. That breakout session time, being able to pose questions, hear from other people, their perspectives, their insights. I just gathered so much from that group and made new connections. And the networking part for me is really critical. So thanks for the opportunity to network, because now I have names, phone numbers, email addresses with people who want to continue conversations about what we're doing in Eastern New Mexico and how, what we could share with them. And I want to gather from them as well. So it was a wonderful experience for me from beginning to end, and I really appreciate it.
LaDonna, we're so glad you were here. It's wonderful to have you part of the dialogue. Once you're here, you're here. You're part of this family. So we welcome seeing you again anytime. I want to look at Alex, your comment there. Would you speak to that? I think it's really important that several groups would have liked to have continued these conversations and how we might do that.
Yeah, I
Alan?
think in the past, we've discussed at the Water Dialogue the possibility of holding like monthly topic sessions on each one of these topics that was explored by both ISE in their resilience study and their adaptation planning, but also were explored at this meeting this week. And we had discussed the possibility of setting up monthly sessions where maybe we could cover one of those topics and allow for continued public input and continued maybe even a little bit of a education in terms of what the topic is, what it involves, and then facilitate public input on that topic. So I was just asking if that's still being considered, and it looks like it is.
Wonderful, great. Thanks for bringing that to light, Alex. And it reminds me of the round, was it called round tables, the Colorado round tables? You know, that's another model that the dialogue might look at.
Lucy,
Yeah,
this is me, Aaron.
yeah, Aaron, there you are, great.
Good thing. I just wanted to say on behalf of the board of dialogue, the board of the dialogue, that we thank you, Lucy, Sophia, Virginie, for all your hard work. And I would like to especially thank the board of directors for coming up and working so hard this year, virtually every meeting, to put this conference together. I thought it was a great success. And I'd like to thank everyone for participating, and we look forward to another conference next year.
Thank you, Aaron. Really appreciate your leadership in all of this. Thanks so much. I think we're going to close out here very soon, but Ralph, I see your hand is up. Unmute. Yep.
Yes, I just wanted to make another plug for the next session of the Middle Rio Grande Water Advocates 2022 conference this coming Saturday. Just a 2-hour session, and the topic is going to be on a strategic action we're calling Reform New Mexico Water Governance. So I'll go ahead and drop that again. And I know we're getting ready to quit, but it really is looking at a means of integrating water management, planning, and administration in the state that would include, bringing us into the 21st century. My understanding is that there's a planning statute on the books from 1987 that is still in effect. And some of those things are, it basically says that, planning reports should just be put on the shelf. And essentially. So anyhow, that's a plug for the conference topic this coming Saturday. And you go to that link and you can register, and you will then be given a Zoom link prior to the start of that session. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you, Ralph. And just a reminder, if anyone wants to save this chat today, you just open up the chat, go to those 3 dots in the lower right corner of the chat box, chat list there, and save chat. And that should do it. And then you can paste it where you want to paste it. Good. I see no more hands. I see a lot of full and weary faces, and this has been a wonderful 2 days. Also a lot of work, and I really just want to appreciate all of you for the work that you've put in. This is not, you did not take this lightly, this task, and just the way everybody pitched in. I like that, Hannah. Let's all do a clap for each other. Great. Okay, so thank you so much. Again, the results of the breakout groups will be spread to where they should go, and just keep watching the New Mexico Water Dialogue website, and you'll see the presentations from these 2 days and some summaries from the breakout groups. And I wish you all well. It's been wonderful to spend time with you. I'm grateful for each and every one of you. And I mean it. I really mean it. So goodbye. Have a good evening. And hopefully we'll see you all soon.
Lucy. Thanks, Lucy.
You bet. My pleasure.
Thanks. Stay safe.
Sophia, do you want to stop recording?
Yes.